Hello and welcome everyone to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. So we're going to start off the day with a replay analysis. Mr. Lagger over here, he's seems to me he's Guardian. What's this one? Guardian 6, and we are going to be watching one of his replays to help him learn, and hopefully you guys learn a little bit as well along the way. Oh, I gotta pick a hero that I actually play. Sniper, huh? Bluespan University. Hello, Lulu. Hello, Nick. He played Sniper in this game. Okay, he ended up winning this game. It looks to be pretty close. So we're gonna go ahead and check out this replay. Hello, Rodden. Yeah, some of them are working a little bit. I only had enough time to add some of them. The most popular ones. Alright, Lagger, let's watch your Sniper gameplay. Oh, you actually carried pretty hard in this game. You were losing for the first bit. Oh, this is good. This is very good. Hello, Hanif. Replay analysis time. Man, a lot of my stuff just disappeared. God damn it.
Ban their best
That's
hero.
okay, Lulu.
Wait, ain't that kind of cheap? Yeah, and effective.
Lagger, can you please say something in chat? Okay. 6 tangos.
Prepare for battle.
Wait your Wraith Band, huh? Okay, Lagger. Let me ask you a question. Who do you think you're going to be laning against? And why did you choose these items? I'm only going to spend 30 minutes max watching this replay, okay? Actually, maybe closer to 20 minutes. You think you're... Okay, so... You think that you're going to be laning against Skye? Have you ever played Skywrath? I think you have, right? I saw you play him earlier. You know he's going to be spamming those bolts at you, right? Don't you think you need a magic stick? It would really help. Fuck, this is my profile. Yeah, you actually played Skywrath for 4 minutes here. Not sure you actually play him normally, though. Yeah, maybe you don't play Skywrath, huh? Yeah, I guess you don't really play Skywrath. 1 second, guys. I gotta turn off a Windows setting. Okay. Anyways, I actually didn't think that you'd be leaning against Skywrath. I would actually assume that it's the Viper. But I mean, when you're a Herald or Crusader... Yeah, Hanif, this is coaching. Yeah, anyways, hypothetically, if
Seconds to showtime.
you knew for a fact that you're laning against Skywrath, then
I
yeah,
always
you need a
wanted
magic
to see
stick.
an ancient fall. Yeah, that's.
I'm curious why you don't start closer to the stairs. You can start your block off earlier. Can you answer these questions, please, Lagger? Oh, you thought that you were going to be laning against Skywrath, but you in fact actually ended up laning against Viper like I predicted? Okay. Well, I mean, once again, you know, if you were leaning against Skywrath, then you would want a Magic Stick. I also think that you do not need this many tangos. So what you actually want is you want as much right click damage as possible. So I mean, let's look at Viper. He does 53 damage, right? And you do 44. That's actually a really big problem. We can also calculate the average damage that you would get from headshot, which is like, let's see. You get an extra 12 damage on average from headshot, but it's really unreliable. So you're going to be missing a lot of last hits. So rather than buying the 6 tangos, Lagger, do you play Viper? Anyways, just so that everyone knows, I'm coaching Lagger here because he is part of the YouTube sponsor club. I think he's, what tier are you? I think you're like the 3rd tier or something like that. So he comes with free coaching, a hero request, and a game with me every month. Okay, you don't play Viper. Okay. So in a matchup of Sniper versus Viper, you can't really beat him if you two were to right click each other. You know, like every time you right click him and he right clicks you back, you would lose out. Especially if he gets his passive. Like if you hit him, you actually end up damaging yourself as well as being hit by him. So that implies that you are kind of the prey and he's the predator. Do you understand what that means? Prey versus predator? So your best bet is to actually just farm the creeps. Hi Didi. Hello Faisal. So anyways, if your objective in the lane is just to get farm and not kill the Viper, unless you know that there's going to be someone coming to your lane to gank, what you want to do is you want to get just last hit damage. Yeah, that's right. So anyways, so if you do 44 damage most of the time and he does 53, he literally does like something like 25% more damage than you do. That's a significant amount. See, actually, it's not 25. It's more like 20% more damage than you do. That's a significant amount of extra damage. So I personally would not have bought any of these tangos. I would actually just buy maybe either another circlet or something like that, just to get the extra damage, or even fairy fires. Okay, and you could always use the courier to buy more regen. What you don't want to do is you don't want to right click the Viper. Maybe you can right click him at level 1. Like if this Viper, if he plays a standard build, yeah, he'll go Nether Toxin. He'll just spiel his green shit all over your creeps, and with hopes of getting you a little bit, and you just stay back. And you can right click him a little bit in the first couple rounds before he hits level 2 or 3. But after he gets corrosive skin, you can't really right click him back. Does that make sense? Like you would just lose every time. Unless you can click him without him clicking you back. In which case, you would win just by a little bit, just because he's still doing damage to you. But theoretically, in an even skilled matchup, whenever 2 heroes fight each other, they often click each other at the same time. Like you click me, I click you, you know. But you would lose on that matchup because he's Viper. Nice headshots, bro. Actually, hold on, let me watch that again. Something about what he does is different from what I'm doing. English only, please. Hi, Alex. Ramsey's joining EG, yep. No, by IP, you could just play a hero that doesn't have passives. So a Viper right here, or sorry, a Lagger right here. You're not really using creep aggro well enough again. Hold on a sec. Too many buttons to press. So, anyways, right here where you're standing, let's say that this creep doesn't move at all. Okay, let's say this creep doesn't stand there. Let's say it's stationary. Sorry, it just stays there, right? And you both click this creep at the same time. Okay, this Viper. Listen carefully here. Okay, this Viper has a significantly higher chance of getting the deny, than you getting the last hit. Does that make sense? And let me explain why. So, first of all, you're attacking uphill, so you have like, what is it, a 25% chance to miss? Is it 25 or is it 33? I think it's 25% chance to miss. So, I mean, that just means that, you do significantly less damage, right? Whereas Viper is attacking it from higher ground. Not only that, he does more damage than you just from his regular right clicks. So, what I'm trying to tell you is that you don't want this creep to be here. This is not the place for this creep to be right now. Okay? So what we're gonna try to do here is we're gonna try to manipulate the creep aggro, okay? So if you're within a 600 range of a creep, okay? Like something like this, I'm pretty sure you are. If you right click a hero, that creep will run at you. Like it's built into the AI. Think about it this way. If you right click a creep, right? The creep will think like, oh shit, we need to defend our heroes. And it runs at you and tries to kill you, right? It's faithful to its owners. Does that make sense? It wants to defend its owners to the death, right? So if you try to kill this Viper by right clicking him, this creep will try to defend the Viper's honor, okay? Let's just put it that way. And it'll run at you for 2.5 seconds, I believe. Okay, and then after 2.5 seconds, it'll just stop. Especially if you've, if you're no longer trying to kill Viper. Okay, so we can manipulate that AI and pull this creep towards you. Okay, so right now, you right click this Viper, this creep will run at you to defend the Viper to the death and the Viper's honor and life. Right? And this is good, right? Because, it'll chase you for 2.5 seconds. And then it'll end up basically right here. Exactly where you want it to be. So, with this in mind, think about it this way. Hi, Tourniquet. So, as this creep runs towards you, right? It'll get hit by your creeps, right? It'll be pretty much close to dying by the time it gets to you, right? So there are so many advantages here, okay? So first of all, you're not going to be hitting this creep from lower ground anymore. And you're not going to have that mischance, which may cause you to lose arm, right? Secondly, as this creep runs towards you, that confuses the shit out of the Viper, right? Because, if the Viper wants to deny this creep, right? Not only will he be trying to deny a creep that is moving, it's harder to hit moving objects, right? It's literally running away from him, so the Viper's projectile will actually have to move towards the creep, right? You see how you've extended his attack range, and it makes it so hard for him to time and calculate the exact moment to deny. So not only are you actually essentially increasing your damage that you can do to this creep by increasing your chances of hitting this creep, you're confusing the Viper, and the travel distance for your projectile, in this case, Sniper's projectile speed is really fast. But if you were playing a really slow hero like Lina, you played Lina before, right? You know how her attack animation is just so fucking garbage and it goes so slowly, right? So when you want to last hit heroes like Lina, you want to get as close as possible to the creep, right? So that there's very little projectile travel distance. You've never played Lina? Okay, you played Invoker. You know how when you right click with Invoker, right? His projectile, it kind of goes quite slowly towards the creep, right? Yeah. This is a pretty decent example too, right? So essentially what I'm trying to say is that you want to decrease your projectile distance and increase your opponents. So simply with the action of right-clicking this Viper and pulling this creep towards yourself, you've actually given yourself so many advantages. Does that make sense? Is there anything that you do not understand about what I've explained to you? Hello, Hotentot. How you doing, buddy? We're doing a coach replay analysis right now. Anyways, if it's unclear, let me know, okay? Yeah, I guess you didn't do that. But you see, you could have done that, right? And you could have very easily gotten... you could have secured that last set. Tourniquet, we're going to be playing in about 15 minutes. Watching me when you should be working. Hey, office jobs. Bluespan University. Yeah, you could do it again here. Same idea. You know, like you got the last hit there, but it's not proper procedure. You know, like you got to get the good habits in. Well, you still have an office at home. Isn't he gonna get there before you do? Yeah, no, I probably wouldn't even have tried.
Not by a long shot.
Could have denied that rune, yeah. That's right. Hi, Ashley. So I noticed that you bought boots, Lagger. So in this bracket, I think it makes less sense for you to buy boots so early, and here's why. In my bracket, people will fucking run at you all the time mid. Like I noticed that you actually often go too far past the river. If they notice that, like enemy supports will TP into the tower and then they'll run at you. But I guess in your bracket, mid is ganked a lot less than my bracket, right? So assuming that that is true, Lagger, I actually would have bought another Wraithband. And the reason why is that you want to compete with Viper on last hits, right? But you can't compete with him if you don't do the damage. Hi, VJ. Hi, Sebastian. Hi, Sahil. Hey Lulu, I'm gonna say it again, okay? In this bracket, people don't gank as often as in my bracket, especially properly. Okay, we're gonna talk about averages. We're not gonna do the whole, oh, it depends on the game. You know, some games there's lots of ganks. Some games there's not. Please don't do that. So, Lagger, can you explain to me why you don't get shrapnel? Or explain to me the thought process that you have trying to get headshot and take aim.
First blood!
First blood. For you.
And for the record, I don't think that you're wrong. It's just a different way to play. I'm just interested to hear your rationale for it. That's what the guide said? Okay. Yeah, don't trade a Viper there. Can't have rationale if you don't have any. My logic is there is no logic. So personally, I would have actually gotten shrapnel. Here's what I would do, okay? So, actually, Sniper has very powerful flash farming AoE capabilities, okay? So I would actually pay very close attention to this clock, and I would stack this camp. Like every time it's like, say, let's see, 45 seconds. Okay, if it's 45 seconds, I run over here. I click this camp at 54 seconds or something like that, and I run right back. And in fact, I would probably get shrapnel quite early. And you can even stack 2 camps. You can probably eat. Okay, we're just doing hypotheticals here. Okay, I would probably use a tango after I've been damaged a little bit to eat this tree. And I would stand right here, okay? I would stand right here at, let's say, 52 seconds, okay? Stay with me. Stand right here at 52 seconds. This tree is cut. And then at 52 seconds, I think both the stack timers for these is around 54 or something like that, right? So you just right-click them both, right? You, pew, pew. And then you run over here, and they run at you, and they both stack. You follow me? And then you essentially you've gotten two more canisters stuff, okay? And this is an especially good idea. Yeah, you double stack it. In fact, you can even triple stack it if you cast shrapnel over here, like maybe early on. Yeah, you can triple stack. Anyways, after you get, let's say, a triple stack in both these camps, okay? Follow me? So you can continue to do the same thing. Whereas you right click them both and you cast shrapnel in the middle and you farm them both at the same time. I actually pressed some sound effects for that just now. It didn't work. One second, guys. Just 1 second. Okay, thanks. Anticlimactic. There we go. So, anyways, personally, that's why I would max shrapnel. Okay, just for the ability to just farm 2 extra camps every minute. By the way, you have to have at least 20 hours of watch time to use sound effects. And not all of them work right now. We're gonna get that fixed. Okay. What is Viper doing? Viper has a single Wraith Band? Okay.
Visibility.
I was actually flamed for buying Wraith Bands on Viper in my Immortal games. And there's actually rationale for it. Like a lot of Vipers, they rush Atos, right? So, I mean, if you're gonna get set items, you might as well get the, what's it called? Is it called a crown? Yeah, it is called a crown. I don't know what item names are. Dun, 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 dun.
Yes.
Oh, you're actually on top, Viger. Good job, man.
This should make
Yeah, this Viper is just wasting so much time. I wouldn't even bother. Like, why even bother? Like, look at that. He wasted like a whole minute doing nothing. You're missing a lot of denies.
Tribute to my house.
missing top.
Okay, so now that you've hit level 6... by the way, this is a good time to stack. Now that you've hit level 6 Lagger, you actually want to pay attention to your minimap a bit, especially if there's any dives. Especially top. As an example, if top gets dived, you need to be ready with your TP. Sniper is a really strong counter initiator for dives, simply because he has shrapnel and assassinate, right? Like he is so deadly. So I'm not sure if you already do that, Lagger, but you should be. I think every time you get a last hit or deny, just quickly look at the minimap and see, you know, where the heroes are. Actually, my icons are a little bit too big. I think there's an option that makes like icons bigger or smaller when the heroes are together. Does anyone know what that where that option is? Advanced? Okay. Alright, where is it now? Oh god. I really have to read these individually. Oh, I already have it on. That's interesting. It's still, like, if you look at my map, it's still quite cluttered, huh? Oh, wow. So, Lagger, what I used to do when I played Sven is actually I had a timer that that would go beep 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 every single minute. Now, I mean, I'm not sure if you're this try hard, you know, maybe you are, but basically, the alarm would ring at like 45 seconds every single minute, and that would be basically my reminder to stack. So, as an example, let's say in 23 seconds when it hits 6:45, the alarm would go beep 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 beep, and then that would remind you to run up here and then try to stack. So if you were so inclined and such a tryhard that you wanted to do something like that, you could also.
Killing spree! Double kill! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower's in trouble.
How'd you like the tip, DD?
Which one, Dire again?
Yeah, I used to be a very hardcore Sven player, so yeah, I use strategies like that. Damn, son, you're running into Nether Toxin. Oh, TP! Oh, you're dead. Oh, now you TP? Oh my god! Oh my god! Wow!
Missing dog!
Missing top.
Guardian plays, you know, guys?
And so support.
I remember why. I remember why I like watching these kind of replays. No, I think I watched like some Herald Guardian replays like a few months back, and I had a fucking great time watching them for this reason.
Missing top.
Oh, alright, Legger's got a plan now. Can you explain to me why you're going bottom? I mean, I guess you right click for a lot, but I don't know, you don't have shrapnel. You saw a fight, so you just run down? Ah, blood in the water, and yeah, and you want to get some, huh? So I personally would not go bottom because you're losing so much farm mid. Like, so think about this. So like every wave, this is like what, like 160 gold. Hey, yeah, Bing, the blue circle is my eye tracker. You see what I see. So I mean, you're missing like 160 gold every 30 seconds, right? That's 307 gold per minute. You also be farming this, so. Unless you think that you can do more damage than what you would have gotten mid, then I would not have gotten bottom, and I don't think they would have.
Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand.
This kill is pretty decent, but it's probably still not worth it. Because, like, although you got 200 gold... Oh, you're going top now, are you? Do you want to explain to me why you're going top, Tiger? Hey, Maddie boy, I stream Dota 2 for a living. Seriously. You see fights, you go to fight. I'm a simple man. Can't tell if this is paused or not. Yeah, honestly, if I have shrapnel, I might use your strategy, but you kind of went like a yes, the Dota 2 Guardian Guide strategy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, Lager, I'm gonna queue for a game. And I'm gonna continue to coach you until I find this game. Hard support versus soft support. You guys like it soft or you like it hard? Oh, okay, let's queue for 1 and 4. Yeah, so in my opinion, you don't actually play sniper very optimally. So in this particular game, you need to think about your farm more. Don't think about kills. Like, kills is okay. I think you only TP if they dive towers. They kind of dope towers here, but your build, I actually just don't like your build. Even if the guide says that it's a good build, I don't think that it is, because I don't know. I mean, you have headshot, right? And headshots, it's good if you're staying in lane and you're trying to out right click somebody. Yeah, I just don't really see it being superior to shrapnel, like how I described to you earlier, where you can stack both these camps at the same time, maybe even a third camp with shrapnel, and then you just use shrapnel in the middle, right? That's right, Maddie boy. Oh, you've been here for a while, have you? So you need to think about your farm more, I think. And just stay mid. Like, you can keep staying mid. Like, if you go the shrapnel build, Lagger, like, you can kill these waves so quickly, right? And then, because you can kill the wave so quickly, you know, these creeps still march onto the tower, right? And if you see all the other heroes in all the other lanes, then you can pressure this tower. This is the most important and powerful tower in all of Dota 2. So the sooner you can take this tower, the more map control that you have. So, in my immortal opinion, you should not be going to other lanes.
Dire's top tower is
Yeah, if you're playing core, especially mid or safe lane, you should be thinking about yourself more and how you can get more farm. The only exceptions is if they dive tower and, like, you know, let's say that Viper has a 6 kill streak, right? And if you kill him, you'd get like 700 gold. Yeah, dive tower if you think that you can have a good chance of killing him. If you have like maybe chance of killing him, don't even do it.
Missing top.
He's mine.
Yeah, your hero is so fucking shit in the beginning without items. You have power threats and that's it. You're not going to do anything.
Radiant's middle
Your
tower
best
is
bet,
under attack.
your biggest contribution is a 320 damage nuke from a long range. You know, it's just not that great. Sniper, though, in the late game, he's scary. You know, when you have, like, Mjolnir, Butterfly, Satanic BKB. Yeah, he becomes a right-clicking beast. But right now, you're a little bitch. You understand me, Lagger? You're a little bitch.
Regeneration.
Hello, Ranga. Hello, Marco. What rank are they? Immortal 2? This is a Guardian game. Hello, Parker. Glad you guys like my sniper's little bitch joke.
Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's putting up a barricade.
Nice. First item, eggs.
Dire's middle
Oh,
tower
he's
is
pinging you.
under
He wants to
attack.
kill you. Earthshaker bought back. Why did he buy back? To get this creep wave?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay, let's. Right, you can actually see this right thing. Okay. So they're all missing. Let's see what Lagger does, guys. Basically every single hero is missing. Lagger here is hitting a tower. His teammates are nowhere nearby. Let's see what happens. Oh, you die. Is that what happens? That's what I would guess it would happen.
Dire's bottom tower is getting pushed around.
Wow, what an optimistic teleport. Alright, let's replay that again. But Sniper, when he runs, he has this really cute waddle, you know? You know what I mean, guys?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
In fact, we're gonna watch it again in slow motion. Look at his little waddle. Oh shit! You know, now, oh, actually does Skywrath have his ultimate? Oh yeah, I guess he can't really TP, huh? Yeah, you're pretty screwed. Yeah, so to prevent shit like this from happening, I mean, so Abaddon basically bails on you here. I'm not sure if Abaddon actually knows, but maybe he does. Anyways,
Dire's middle tower looks to be
yeah, I think Abaddon's a little scared, and he's got the right idea. So, Lagger, when you're hitting the tower like this, you got to think to yourself, like, why do I do this? You know what I mean? Like, okay, so theoretically, okay, so let's just say that you stick around for 10 more seconds, okay? What would you actually achieve? You know, like, okay, you're gonna you can stay here for 10 seconds. You're gonna right-click that tower. I don't know, maybe 13 times. That's gonna be like maybe 150 damage. So you're essentially risking your life to do maybe 200 tower damage, you know, as the mid player. Just play a little bit safer, man. Anyways, coaching session's over. I am now playing position 4 support.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds left.
Oh, I wanted to play Night Stalker position 4. Thanks, Lagger. Oh, you want me to play Abaddon? Random position 4? Abaddon position 4? I signed up for position 4 though. I am not so sure Abaddon is a good 4.
What? Huh?
Oh, beat Miranda. No, I have to play Miranda now. Oh, hey. We're gonna play Abaddon real soon, okay, Lagger? Not this game though. No, Abaddon's actually a very typical 5 now. And also Bane's been picked, so I have to play Miranda. 8 match MVPs? This guy hasn't played on his account for a long time. Or he never ever gets MVPs. Or he's a smurf. 2016, 2017 Battle Pass? What about the 18 and 19? This guy hasn't played in 3 years.
Okay, your pick now.
But he's ranked 1100? Dinner sounds good, Lagger.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
I'm trying to find the best level 1 build for Mirana. I'm sure that you get Sage's Mask because Ring of Basilius is so powerful now. I mean, you're going to want some regen, right? So I'm sure that you get these 3 items, but for the last 135 gold, I'm not quite sure.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Branches? Yeah, maybe branches. Oh, you know what, guys? I've been thinking to start a spreadsheet for Dota 2 drafts. Let's see. Google Sheets. So, here, I'll show you guys the theory later. Let's get FB. But yeah, maybe branches is really good. Sure. So I was thinking of making some kind of spreadsheet. It's gonna look like this. And then we'll have columns like rename this column. And it'll be like, you know, crowd control, AoE, you know, team fight, gank ability, split push.
Pay attention.
Basically, like I'm gonna rate my current draft's strengths in terms of these different factors, you know. So as an example, if we don't have crowd control, then heroes like Weaver is really good, right? If we don't have team fight, then maybe I need to pick a team fight. You know what I mean?
Forward, pet.
What do you guys think about that idea?
Prowl.
Can we have it on the cloud? Yeah, of course. I'm still pretty far
Good
away.
idea.
Okay, I'm here.
On track.
Boom, baby.
Well done.
Thanks.
Cringe you cur.
Well done, guys.
Agreed.
I can't get the runes down here, so make sure you get both of them up there.
Okay.
Unless Lycan wants some help.
Tuck your tail and run.
Oh God!
Nice.
Free rune, or free word too, nice.
Easy
Since you
game.
command it.
I have their Zeus pre.
I have a good feeling about this game, guys. Gotta predict.
It's in the bag.
You gotta
Where'd my double down go?
Our time is at hand. Of course.
Oh, actually, I should try to get the. Yeah, maybe we can get one more kill before I leave. We're gonna need trolls damage though. Night Stalker's really tanky. Let Night Stalker come closer to troll.
Yeah. Let him come and then we'll go.
Leap forward. Good idea. Forward by bounds.
Yeah, I'm ready when you are. Just make sure my angle's good.
Max. Yes.
Go.
Nice.
Purple might have TP'd. No, he's still.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to pull.
On track.
Okay. He sounds very Indian.
Forward by bounds. To the battle.
Where's Tiny? Oh, there he is.
Oracle's not there.
I can solo find versus lifesteal if you guys
Good
want to try lane.
idea.
I'm just gonna run.
I may be dead. Actually, fine, I'll add.
Oh, Oracle's top now.
As you will it.
Yeah, it's a Traverse story now.
I don't think Rana coming bot lets us kill
Since you
lifestealers,
command
so.
it.
This will be useful.
This guy should use bottle. Should get bottle real soon. So I'm. Oh,
Leap
damn it.
forward.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And Light can't just die in that time? Jeez.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
On the prowl.
What, not your job or something?
Agreed.
Oracle is going bot.
We ride.
Space.
I missed on that. Alright. That's cool.
Can get blood from a stone.
Forward, pet. Cower before us. Of course. Good idea.
Dude, Mid's having a hard time.
We ride. Son of a
Oh god, it's too late.
evil
I'm just gonna harass this guy a bit.
Your middle tower.
Tiny and Oracle missing. Alright, now just Tiny's missing. Tiny missing.
Not yet.
I have arrow. What the fuck?
Bird dog.
Oh my god, the jukes.
An easy shot.
This is such a goofy dive.
Yeah, it is.
Stop again.
On track.
Oh, we just gotta zone him out.
Yeah, bounty. Yeah, I'll push Swiss and get bounties.
Leap forward.
Grabbing bottom bounty reds.
Since you command it. Dive on. Forward, pet.
So we look to be. Okay, I'd like to mana. He's dead again, dude.
I can solo here if you want to roam around. Lifestealer's not a threat.
Okay.
To the
I
battle.
think I go Atos. Our lockdown is kind of weak.
On the prowl. Good idea.
Control me, control me.
Of course.
B.
Night Stalker's running around.
Agreed. It's not time yet. For that hunt.
They're also here. They are coming. They are coming.
Here top, here top.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we know, we know.
Good idea.
If they dive, I can TP.
Radiant fortified their structures.
They're definitely
Not
done.
time yet. As you will it.
Are you even watching your
Oh my god, that dodge, dude. That's just amazing.
On track.
Well done.
top tower is under attack?
We
Rally
rally.
the troops and get over there!
Of course.
Your top
With
tower
Bane.
needs some
I
help.
need to work with Bane.
On the prowl.
Wait.
Forward by bounds.
Oh, I should have waited for Bane. What the fuck am I doing?
Good idea. Stars, rain down upon mine enemy.
Bought out. Hi, Ohio. This is Support Mirana.
Miranda, can you TP?
Killing
Or
spree!
into the
Oh,
breach.
never mind.
Get up, get up, get out there!
Since you command it,
Yeah, I think I'm gonna hang out with Bane for a while. Hey Bane, I'm back top.
leap forward.
Your middle tower is under attack! You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Wait.
To the battle.
No, no. They are going mid like us.
Yeah, care mid, care mid.
Yeah, if your mid tower could talk,
Hey, Troll's too far. Troll's too far.
you gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
running.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Killing spree!
Alright, just
Man proposes.
Agreed.
Dominate!
follow us all up.
At least I deign to notice you.
This game
Good
got hard.
idea.
Your bottom tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the bad column.
Good idea.
Do you want me to take top?
As you
Yeah, you can take that.
Right.
forward by bounds.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I will take top while there's no one here.
Runes and 40. Start pushing.
Good idea.
Lexi really doesn't have much if you wanted to kill him.
Star. Forward, pet.
What the? Oh my god! That was just enough damage, huh? Oh, I didn't think that I would die so quickly.
You want this throne.
Mega kill!
Leap to it.
Where's Bane?
I can't be everywhere.
Hey, I'm coming top, Bane.
No, yeah, I'm just playing. It's fine.
Yes. We rise.
Joe.
Nicely done. Leap forward.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. Oh, there better be something. Enemy's middle tower is no more.
On the prowl.
Underlord's getting Atos too. Hey, Underlord, I'm gonna buy Atos.
Of course.
Okay. I'll be picking one up too,
Shall
eventually.
be
that's fine.
ours. Since you command it.
Good job, Shreyas. That's actually good kind of stuff to know. Hey, Bane, I'm right behind you. I don't want to kill the tiny though, unless Underlord's here.
I'm coming. Oh,
I don't know.
we'll probably see it.
Okay. Push.
To the battle.
Very even game so far.
We ride.
Bottom needs help.
Alright, well,
Good idea.
yeah, they're just following me. That's
Hey, Light Stealer's top now.
Tower is falling.
Maybe we can.
Kill him.
If you sleep him, I can arrow
If
him.
your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Nice.
Your middle tower is under attack.
now.
That's the combo, boys.
Keep going.
We got one less little tower now, by the way.
They will come.
Radiant structures are fortified.
As you will it.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
Scatter while you can.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Since you command.
Hey,
Can you sleep, Night Stalker?
the top tower's gone.
Yeah, do it. Oh, that works too.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of
That's too early, huh?
Starfall.
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
Oh, he's died. He died anyways. Good,
Your
good, good.
bottom tower is under attack.
Of course.
Where?
Oracle's gonna D-ward, get him.
Okay, I'm here.
Good idea.
He put a regular ward up there.
Killing spree.
Your phase ends. Yes.
Surprise, come with that combo. Yeah, you pay an extra 250.
Agreed.
Let's get out of here before they rotate. Let's go mid. Just keep making space for troll.
On track.
Can you that?
To the battle. Stop. Forward, pet.
Get Oracle first.
Ally. On the prize.
Killing spree.
Good idea.
Hey, look at you. Knocking down
Dreadful.
that bottom tower. Dominate.
What am I even doing, dude?
Just everybody out.
Forward by
Oh fuck,
bounds.
these creeps are right here.
It's only level 1, it's like a less than a second stun.
Oh my god, this fucker's still here.
As you will.
Got away!
Yes. Forward, pet.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm leaving.
Yep, I'm just here.
Hey, remember when I said, you know, this kind of stuff, right? Remember that, guys?
To the battle.
Yeah, you like that laugh? Good.
Yes.
Runes, what's up?
On track.
Alright. I don't know if we want to go top. Let's go bottom and get the 2-2 there.
Such power is ours.
Night time.
I'll do whatever.
Oh, is this guy dead again?
Since you command.
Nice, well done, folks. Careful, they can rotate in on you.
Good.
Next time.
Rush, guys, rush.
Mine.
Let's
Okay.
get Zeus, let's get Zeus. Kill Zeus first.
Leap forward. We ride.
So after Atos, I gotta think about my next item carefully. It might be like Pipe or BKB. Like, this is such a good BKB game.
B.
Good idea.
No.
Okay, well. Got all their shit.
He's dead, he's dead.
Yes. Forward, pet.
We don't have damage. BKB, of course, bro. I don't know about that. What about your team? Don't you care about your team? Hello, Sandy.
On track.
Fuck my team.
For the hunt. Since you command it. Starfall. Fair warning. Your death has arrived.
Yeah, I'm thinking Pipe. Actually, let's check out what Underlord's making next.
Good idea.
Hey, Underlord, what are you making after Atos?
Probably pipe,
As you will it.
unless somebody else wants to get it.
I was debating getting it. Is there any other big item that you think that you would be useful on you?
Either turning my Crimson, or turning my Vanguard into a Crimson or an Abyssal. Both are really solid options. They're all top.
Run like the dogs you are.
I guess I just gotta follow you guys around. Really don't think we should just be
Forward by
jungling.
bounds.
Who's jungling?
Of course. Stop!
You get the pipe around, I'll get some.
Okay. The jig's up. They know we're here.
Agreed.
Well, honestly, we could get 2 pipes. There's no reason not to.
We're coming back maybe.
We ride.
Hi, Fanky.
They have a sentry mid.
Did Lycan just put that word there himself?
Oh, I'm having the crew grab
On
my
the
Atos.
prowl.
Coming to join you guys.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I value the team fight ability.
Dire structures are
Go top, let's go.
Leap
Tiny top.
That sucker's going egg, by the way.
Kill Oracle, fuck him.
What
Enemy
is
bottom
that?
tower has
So
fallen.
Go catch Zeus.
Your top
As you
tower
will.
is under attack.
Forward by bounds.
Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
Mats. On track.
What do we build in AC?
Get Zeus, get Zeus.
Actually, okay.
Yes. Then. Since you command.
We need vision.
To
Very
the
badly.
battle.
Back up. Night Stalker ulted.
Forward, pet.
I would like to.
I'm not ready.
Oh man.
This is a bad fight, guys. Just be. It's it.
I don't understand this troll.
Good idea.
Don't jungle in their jungle when we know that Night Stalker ulted and you're alone.
We ride. Turn. Start. Leap forward.
Can't fight now.
Start. Agreed. Inner light dawns.
Lycan, what the fuck?
On the prowl. Starfall. Oh, yes.
Good arrow.
We can do rush now.
I'm under attack.
Killing spree.
This was interesting.
I'll meet you guys up.
On the prowl.
I'll push this wave and then come to Roche.
Forward, pet. An easy shot.
We need a Vlad's, huh? Yeah, Vlad's? Actually, Vlad's is really good on this team.
Yeah, I can pick that up if no one else wants it. You've already got the Bassi though.
Yeah, let's just let me get it.
To the battle.
So I get Vlad's next.
We ride.
So my combo is pit and then Natos, and then I get pitted again. Use your crowd control after the second pit.
Okay.
I got Zeus.
Dominate! Killing spree!
Your death has arrived.
What?
What?
I don't understand
Yes.
where anybody is. I catch Zeus and nobody goes on him. Except Lycan.
Stop. On track. Whimper, dog.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
I got
I'm watching. Oh, he's gone.
Agreed.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Leap forward. Stop. Of course. Since you command it,
It's not fight me.
forward, pet.
You going?
I think there's a lot more. Okay.
We ride.
Low.
Starfall.
Killing spree! Double kill!
We die.
Two cores for two supports. That's good.
No rage, no rage.
Alright. Lycan's coming. Zeus is back up in 5.
Again.
I don't
We
know if he
ride.
did or not.
Of course.
Grabbing top runes.
Yes. The prize is mine. Aegis of fear. Good idea.
Yeah, stay gripped, stay gripped.
Easy shot. Leap forward.
Okay.
Agreed. Since you command it,
Let me finish my
Yeah, I
fight.
think it'd be too. I think.
So Marana, you use your fight or use your pipe after me.
Okay. Let me know when you use your pipe then.
Yeah. I'll probably just do it as soon
As
as
you
Zeus
will.
starts doing anything.
Let's play here.
stop. Bring down.
I need
upon
like
mine
100 gold.
enemy. On track.
Careful mid.
No, I should be with my team.
To rush,
For
bro.
the hunt.
Help mid.
To the shadows. Take
I'm running.
Salamene smile.
I don't have pipe yet. Use yours if you have it.
Okay.
Forward by bounds.
Hi.
Moss ready. Stop. Bring down.
What the f- Oh, there he is.
Stop.
Four staff, right?
Bottom tower is under attack. Double kill!
Hold on, push mid.
Mid.
Pipe aura doesn't stack, pipe barrier stacks.
Zeus bot.
You better puff
Fuck him.
Over to your bottom tower. Dire's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's doomed to repeat what one has. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Alright. I will pipe the creep wave so that Zeus can't kill it all.
Okay.
Another
Radiant called in the fortifications. Double kill. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Just ultimating.
Hey, like hand? Troll doesn't have anything. Oh, he doesn't have TP anyways.
Double kill.
Do we have Greaves?
Yeah, wait to beat. We should just stayed and gotten wrecked. I was going forward for the aura.
You'll not stop us that easily.
Do we? We don't have Greaves?
Your
He's
middle
gonna
tower
Greaves.
is under
Greaves.
attack.
Forward by bounds.
Him and I are like have very similar jobs, huh?
Since you command.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm not ready. Forward, pet.
What the
Your
fuck,
mid tower
man?
could talk. It'd be pretty
So,
mad.
not like.
As you will.
Just high ground. We're really good at high ground. Go heal him
And
now.
over here we have your middle tower.
Agreed.
Not being there no more. Your top tower is under attack.
Good idea.
Actually, I don't know if I want power
You want
treads.
to be down here, Bane. No reason to be out
Why
here.
do you guys think I should buy next?
Top tower.
Greaves is already being purchased by this guy. Divine. Okay.
Time hop.
Kill Zeus thing. It's free money.
Attack.
Yeah, let's smoke.
On track. Starfall.
I didn't get.
Is it travel?
Right.
No,
Okay.
we're a 5-man unit. We don't really need to split push too much.
Finesse sucker.
Wait for me, wait for me.
Good idea.
Nice smoke book, smoke book.
Ready. To the battle.
I think they probably saw us on a ward.
On the prowl.
Back up, grab runes, get bottom shrine.
We can do rush too.
Leap.
Oh, yeah, we can rush too.
Scatter while you
Oh, they got the wrist.
I'm getting bottom and pushing the bot wave.
Yeah, go rush, I think, go rush.
Of
Fallen.
course.
Go, not rush.
Head up.
Arcane rune bottom.
Look. Okay, guys, stop.
Forward, pet.
Nimbus down. Lifestealer and Zeus are bot.
Victory.
He definitely TP'd out, right?
On stars. Rain down on mine enemy.
I don't know why we didn't just take the shrine. We weren't
We
gonna
took
catch
top
anybody.
Since you command it.
Oh,
We did take the shrine.
Not yet. Stars.
we were
Rain
just going in
down
for bot shrine.
on mine enemy.
No, that was just you.
leave. You guys gotta get out.
Yeah,
There's
just
I
back,
can't
just back,
TP.
just back it up.
no reason
can't
to be
TP,
there.
I can't
We saw them
TP.
coming in.
Stars.
Alright, I sucker no ult for like 100 seconds.
Die, Mongols. Stop. Forward by bounds.
I don't want to die.
We ride.
Can't
To
TP,
the
can't TP.
battle.
Yeah, they're in
Star
rush.
Vent. Good idea.
Oh, Roche is still kind of high HP.
On the prowl.
Check.
They're not even S5.
Agreed.
Just do it.
Yeah, do it quick, do it quick.
Leap forward.
Someone's dead, someone's dead.
Life is healer, life is healer, life is healer.
Good idea.
Cheese.
As you wish. Leap forward. Double kill.
Ulting in on Necrocreep.
Stars. Rain down. Meine Deck.
The top tower
God
needs
damn it, dude.
Agreed.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's courier has been killed. It's tough out there. Courier's just trying to make a
I know
run.
how to use my buttons, dude.
The top tower is under attack.
Tiny got courier then.
Since you command.
Careful mid.
Good
Going,
idea.
going.
Let's push mid while they're dead. Cool.
Rise.
Yeah, I'll come. So they just.
Tuck your tail and run, you mutt. On track.
User. Oh, you don't have to.
To the battle.
Smart.
What the fuck?
On the prowl.
So they just.
I have pipe. I'm using pipe. What? Oh my god.
Not yet. Stop.
I think we back on the back.
Yeah, got their X. Run me.
Ah, range track. Yeah, I'm gonna transition to right click and carry. Kill Zeus first, dude. Do you think I do a lot of damage
I need
at 35
like
minutes with
800
122 right click?
Let me farm bot.
Does it look like I have any damage items at all? God damn. Hi, Gabriel. Is Ato's arrow the new meta? No, I've been using that for a long time. I think Miranda's just meta right now.
Careful troll.
I don't know.
Quiet's magic.
I have Mjolnir and
Do it.
Satanic when I got courier.
Good
Yeah,
idea.
I have mech on the way as well.
Cower before us.
Are we defending?
I don't think so.
Not the
Forward.
T2.
He's,
not the
yeah,
T2.
they're not pushing that hard.
Just defend high ground. We don't care
Yeah.
about a T2.
As you will.
A lot of creeps though.
Top tower needs some help.
Creeps.
On track.
Top tower has
Let troll
fallen.
farm that. Hi, Raween.
Yes.
I'm gonna pick up an AC next, I think.
Like you're not getting AC?
But he will
Ride.
No, his team's gonna be there. Careful.
Yeah. Don't go too deep. I have items on the courier right now. Just relax for like a second.
It's a pretty big power jump.
Good idea. Of course. Stop! Rain down on mine enemy. Ha!
Almost 25 too.
Stroll's 25.
For the hunt. Forward by bound. On the prowl.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
I think they're the bottom problem.
Forward, pet.
Just watch out.
Die, Mongo.
I'm very strong right now. We should
Good idea.
maybe. I think yeah. Wait day. Never mind. I lied. Wait day.
Double damage top.
I really like this team, guys. They're so like
As
calm
you will.
Headed that way.
and haven't been too toxic.
Okay.
Allies disappear. Agreed.
Guys. Target, nice target.
To the battle. Since you command it,
Push, I guess. Just push.
Yeah.
I start to use ults too.
leap forward.
Get the Rex and go bot. I do not invite, so you got it.
Crisis time. Agreed.
I don't have ultimate. I don't know. They're pretty hard to. We need to kill Zeus to push back on, I think.
Yeah.
I think we're just back on, I guess.
Good idea.
Oh god, their high ground is so bad.
Yeah, we need to kill Zeus.
Have full damage soon.
Yes. As you will it.
Yeah, it's daytime in 10 seconds.
The
I have
enemy
Basher now, too.
bottom shrine has fallen.
Leap forward.
No more sanctuary here.
On track.
Coming. Catch Zeus.
It's not time yet.
I'm running slowly.
I'm not ready. Stop. Once more into the breach.
You gotta wait.
Take us.
Fuck,
To the
dude, I
battle.
fought back.
Just hit them. Kill them dead.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
Yeah, good Vayne.
God.
Since you command it.
Where's his
Hold
lifesteal?
DP,
dude?
hold DP. Oh fuck.
Just push bot, just
On
push
the
bot.
prowl.
We got Zeus.
I'm trying.
Yeah, like Lulu Chan says, there are literally thousands and thousands and thousands of games with me on my face here playing Dota 2 on
Since you
camera.
command it.
But let's not talk about that evidence, am I right? Dumbass cunt.
Scatter while you can.
Use rage. Use rage.
Power before us.
Maybe I should buy Desolator. I should have bought Desolator. Oh shit. many pipes used.
Lot better ventilation now.
I am out of mana.
I mean, then I
Get out. Actually, get out. I'm gonna ult once I have arcane.
I'm dead.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Oh boy, this is bad.
We die!
That's
Why on earth did we have a gem?
Oh yeah, I used to have like
already
scenes
have
for this kind of
necros.
stuff. Here, let me see here. Okay, I have the scene, right? Is the scene right? Fuck, I can't even alt tab.
They're gonna get Roche. No,
Hi, Andre.
Yeah, definitely.
Where is my stream deck?
They're getting Ags probably.
Never mind. I actually lost a lot of my comics and stuff. I had to make them again. Why the bad colors / graphics on the stream? What bad colors?
Like we gotta kill the like the supporting heroes first, like Zeus and Oracle.
Zeus and Oracle, yeah. Oracle first, really. Then Zeus.
Yeah, really, just so we can't ult anyone or like bait seeding me or whatever.
Oh, 48,
The bottom
30
tower just
meters?
took a dirt nap.
So this guy doesn't have a Desolator. Yeah, I should have got Desolator instead of Maelstrom. Although the AoE damage would be nice from Mjolnir. He's coming for you, dude. Like, really? You didn't see that coming, man? Oh, God.
No buyback like that.
Stop fortifying. The bottom tower is under attack. Stop!
I used my pipe.
Oh, boy.
Not ready.
Oh, God. Here's a refresher, dude.
The bottom tower is under attack.
As you will.
The bottom tower is fallen.
Forward bye-bye.
GG.
I don't understand what the fuck Lycan's doing there.
Yeah, I don't know why Lycan's there, dude.
He was most of the game.
Hey, the bottom barracks need help. The bottom barracks has fallen.
I haven't lost
Barracks has fallen.
Yeah, this is a really good game, though.
40 seconds till Lycan and I are up.
Tuck your tail and run, Max.
Here they go.
This one's
The
mine.
middle tower has
You
fallen.
can easily hit.
That's fallen. They're losing.
Keep him busy. Keep him interested in you and not the buildings.
Has fallen.
Good idea.
Mega kill.
Game's over, dude.
Your middle tower has fallen. Killing spree.
Just report Lycan for not playing his lane.
Lycan didn't play his lane? I don't even really remember, to be honest. Good game, guys. Honestly, it was really close until the very end there.
You know, Foki.
Until Lycan died. That was extremely game losing. I don't know, like, they were running at him and like he just, I don't know why he was there. Sometimes, like, I guess you get really greedy. You want one more creep wave and then you die. It happens so often. I don't think he gave back. I think he just maybe overconfident or low awareness. Actually, this guy's a Smurf, by the way. Yeah, that was a very, very even game. Just a really good game till the very end. GG. Yeah, actually, I kind of regret going Maelstrom. In hindsight, I think that Mjolnir might have been better. Sorry. Desolator, because like we're so dependent on physical damage, right? Actually, Underlord right clicks for a lot. Lycan does shit tons of physical damage. So does Troll. So it would have made more sense to buy Desolator than Maelstrom. But other than that, I'm quite happy with the build. Magic Wand makes tons of sense. Atos makes tons of sense. Although I don't know, Underlord went Atos. I wish, rather than Underlord going Atos, I wish he had gotten Crimson Guard instead, and just let me get the Atos. Or alternatively, no. I would rather that I have Atos than him, or one of us. I don't think we both need Atos. You know what I mean? Lycan Desolator Miranda Medallion exchange. I see where you're coming from with the medallion, but I'm actually not interested in heroes. I'm more interested in the building damage. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't so much about. No, I don't think medallion would have been good in this particular game because these guys they actually do way more magical damage than they do physical damage. Like they don't have Desolator. Night Stalker has Ag, so he actually does tons of magical damage. So yeah, I would have been more interested in Desolator for the building damage. Who's trying to look better than Immortal players, Naruyuki? Why do you both have pipes? Because they have tons of magical damage. Although the aura, which is 10% magic resistance aura from 2 pipes don't stack, the shield does. So the active barrier on magical pipe on pipe, it gives you 400 magic damage shield for your whole team, right? Now those stack. You can't use them at the same time, but you can use them one after the other. Does that make sense? So for us to have 2 pipes is 800 rather than 400 magical damage shield. Troll needed more damage. Yeah, in terms of my teammates' items, I didn't really look. I actually just mainly looked at Underlord and I's items because we filled very similar roles. Like he was going for like team fight aura orientated builds with some crowd control. Yeah, I'm not really sure about Lycan's build. I wish that he had gotten AC and Desolator, but he got Nullifier. Yeah, I don't really know. Maybe, I don't know, like maybe my theory crafting to build Desolator is not also incorrect. Like, it seems to me that both the Lycan and the Troll, they itemize to fight heroes, but not so much buildings. I mean, if he was 10th pick, right? Yeah, he was 10th pick. So I like, you don't really pick Lycan to fight heroes. You pick it to destroy buildings, but at the same time, the enemy's draft, they kind of force us to fight them rather than the buildings. Like Zeus, especially once he hits 25, right? Like his arc lightning does so much damage. I don't know. Like if you're gonna fight heroes, why pick Lycan, right? Lycan is to fight buildings. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm safe link here. Okay.
Ooh, you get to ban someone. 5 seconds left. Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Drow ban gross.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
Yeah, I don't know. That last game, our draft was a little weird, and our itemization was a little weird too. I think we need to ban a guy. Here, I'll ban this guy. Hey, you're probably the guy from earlier, right? Hey, so there are two kinds of people in this world, okay? There are people doing productive things that help people, like, you know, the police who keep you safe at nighttime, the cooks who cook your meals and feed you, the janitors who keep your schools and your parks clean. Everyone's doing productive things, right?
10 seconds.
I mean, I'm not saying that I'm the most productive. I'm more like an entertainer, right? But entertainers are still necessary for society to have a happy populace,
You're
right?
big now.
Yeah,
Me
streamers
go.
who educate you in Dota.
What? Huh?
And then there are fucking keyboard warriors like you who are like, oh, yeah, you fucking piece of shit. Oh. Do you think you're doing anything for anybody? Fucking dumb shit.
10 seconds.
You're pathetic, dude. Do nothing for nobody. Your family, your
5
friends, do you do
seconds
anything
left.
for them? You do nothing for them. Think about that, how pathetic that sounds for a second. Your mom? She probably needs help washing dishes or like doing laundry or accounting work or whatever she does right now. Your dad, maybe he needs some help too. But here you are on an internet live stream, fucking trash talking, doing nothing for nobody. Pathetic. Dumbass kid. Anyways, so I had that spreadsheet from earlier. Remember this? So let's see, crowd control, AoE, teamfight, gank ability. What are we missing? Building damage is kind of one of them too. No, it's the guy who just got banned, Edugux. Now, that kid, that angry, stupid kid, came back with, I think, 3 or 4 different accounts
You're big now.
to try to trash talk
What? Huh?
and say a bunch of
Your
dumb shit.
pick. This is where you win or lose.
4 accounts? We need a tanky core and you want me to play sniper? In the safe lane? Hey, Wayne, I used to use Dota Picker, but I just stopped using Dota Picker. I just kind of developed my own drafting sense. Okay. Anti-Mage can actually stop me from spin TP. He's the only one, but he should be farming. So unless they bring in the Anti-Mage to gank me, I can basically push without any penalty. Let's see here.
I'm no techno wizard or nothing, but I think that player just disconnected.
So, I don't know about this game. Let me just think about what items I would buy this game. Looks like Assassin's Creed does, doesn't it? Altair.
The strength of
I'm leaning
fallen
against
brothers
Sankey?
and sisters flows through this body. Yes.
So... Oh, that kid's still angry. Ban. So I need to make space. So in this game, I'm actually not the position 1. I'm actually the position 2. I think. Yeah, I'm actually position 2. And the person who needs the most farm is actually the Storm Spirit. The only way they can kill me is if they send the Anti-Mage after me, or they chain stun me perfectly. Yeah, otherwise I can just spin TP at any moment. Even if the Shadow Fiend goes Yules, and he has his ultimate combo, he Yules me, and then he tries the ultimate, right? So what many of you guys may not know is actually Jug's spin does not have a cast point, meaning it is instant. The moment you press Q, he starts spinning right away. There's no like motion to start spinning.
It's in the bag. This one is in the bag.
Yeah, we also have a bounty hunter on this
As you
team.
wish.
So after say around 20-25 minutes, Storm Spirit's gonna have farm, and then we can get our farm based off of ganking and track kills.
So you say.
Hello, Kakang.
Yes.
Oh, did another video say the same thing I did, Andre?
Unless AM doesn't have blink.
Already moving.
So we're gonna go to this item.
Seconds to battle.
It's gonna be
Feel free
sanking
to
in my
stop
lane, so
killing
we're gonna need
before
a
then.
magic stick.
We're not sticklers.
And I think that I actually go power treads this game. Hi Arca, it's going pretty well, how are you?
Stand and fight.
I'm scared.
Spin and grab the rune.
As you
Nah, I'm gonna get out of here.
Pay attention now.
There's
The
3 of them down
battle
here.
started.
Today, this blade spills blood.
So, the reason why I'm going power treads in this game, most Juggernauts go phase boots, is actually because I don't think that I can ever chase the Juggernaut or the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend's really fast, you know? And you can't really run after the Anti-Mage, right? So, I think that I need to buy Blink Dagger. Oh god.
At last.
We go Blink Dagger, and then for whatever for the few seconds that we do have to kill the Storm Spirit, and or the what the fuck?
The dragon's gaze finds you.
For the few seconds that we do have to kill the Anti-Mage or the Storm Spirit, we want to do as much damage as possible.
They die by our hand, not yours. Okay.
Juggernaut,
Can I get another ban in chat? Thanks.
I'm putting it there.
Sorry, what did you say?
Strength is ours.
Drop your item. Buy something, drop your item.
Okay, thank you.
As you wish. Swiftly now. Onward.
Can I get some last hits, guys?
Rest, little one. Not for you. We bring our blade. Time to die. On it.
Oh man, only 1 creep. Oh wait, I bought the Blades of Attack. Oh man, I'm so used to buying phase boots that I just buy that item. Okay, I guess we're not going power treads anymore.
Pulling.
Battle call.
Oh man.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, we're going phase boots. Oh man, I didn't want to go phase boots.
Yeah. To battle.
Changing lane is better? Why is changing lanes is better?
We become more as one.
So you want me to spin at this anti-mage who can blink away? Does that make sense to you?
As you wish.
Or every time... So anti-mage has mana burn, he can get rid of my mana. He takes less damage from magical damage, which is my spin. And he can just blink away from my spin. And you want me to lane against the anti-mage? Man, you should think a little bit more before you talk. Especially if you don't know what you're talking about.
So you say.
Trust me, I've played anti-mage versus Jug many times. That's why I know that it's not a good idea.
Battle. Forward.
Coming down. Under me.
You cannot hide.
I'm just back.
It's almost time. We fight. We go. less than we deserve. Onward.
Oh, line's gone.
What coward runs?
So there's a stack there that Sand King can take, and that he might be taking as we speak.
Biden.
Yeah, he is. So we are going to
you, though.
spin here to force him back.
Your death approaches. Yeah.
Kaya mini bunny.
Of course.
Called it the fortification.
Yes.
No runes for you.
Yes. Not yet. Denied. It's an honor. Attack.
Hmm.
We bring our blade.
I don't know what item build I'm going yet, guys. I'm not sure that Maelstrom's good item this game because of anti-mage. He takes less damage from
Of course.
magical damage, right? So I'm not sure Maelstrom is the item here.
Run if you can.
So we might actually go Battle Fury or something like that. Some physical damage. Battle Fury will be good for killing anti-mage's illusions and figuring out which is the real anti-mage. I mean, Battle Fury is also physical damage, right? Which gets amplified by my Blade Dance. And physical damage just does more damage against anti-mage.
Killing spree!
Days find you. It's an honor. Agreed.
This...
Your
Oh, he
middle
has
tower's
Fairy
under
Fire?
attack.
Regeneration.
Okay, man.
Not yet.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
So you say. As you wish.
Tiny's so tanky. Like, he has 1,100 HP. Level 4.
No. Forward.
Basher's definitely a good item this game. We need the Basher to keep the anti-mage down. So, to make Basher an even better item, we want attack speed so that we can bash more often. So, Butterfly is pretty essential this game. Butterfly... Yeah, probably Butterfly. You fucking shit!
To die at our hand is an honor. Fight.
Okay, man.
We'll take that as tribute.
Also, anti-mage is very unlikely to get Monkey King Bar.
A is missing.
Yes. Already moving. To battle. On it. That's not for the likes of you.
Well, I don't have mana for spin. This is kind of dangerous. Diffusal might be good. I'm not really sure. Diffusal is physical damage, right, guys? Mana that you burn is actually physical damage.
We do this time.
I have an eat.
Sand King's going there, careful.
At last. course.
Where's Sand King going? Is he just gonna jungle?
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Battle Fury.
To battle. As expected.
I'm dead.
Very well. Your no. Yeah.
So it's almost rune time. So we want this creep wave to be Sand King TP mid or top? Sand King TP?
SF is top.
Our blade hungers. Battle calls. Forward.
Dire's putting up a barricade.
So you say.
Is this real tiny?
Go, go.
Your death approaches.
Dude, I'm slow. I'm slow.
Oh shit.
Now is the time. We bring our blade.
Oh man, I'm dead, dude.
We will learn from this defeat. Yes.
I had the storm silented. Hey.
I'm just freezing the lane here, Bounty. AM's jungle, don't mess with him.
It's an honor. Your death approaches. No retreat. Strength is ours.
I have outing.
On it. Yes. Coming through.
The three of us, let's just push this.
Already moving. Stand in fight.
They have Sentry here.
Swiftly now. Go. Onward. As you wish.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
I'm pretty
Sand
slow.
King TP top, I think.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Just TP.
I'm dead.
Fall before us. The fruits of discipline. As you wish.
Same thing all done.
What coward runs?
Good job,
Dire's
bot.
doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do it till that's done. Watching your top tower?
Is Shadow King the Yules yet? He can't have Yules yet, right?
We go.
Your top tower is under attack. Dig in and defend
Fuck.
that sucker.
Yes.
Holy shit, they're all here, what the fuck? Oh my god, I just needed like 2 more seconds for my spin. Ah, damn it. Anti-Mage is really poor, it looks like. He's level 7 and I'm 10, so... Very big difference. Hi, Danny.
Here I am.
Good job. Yeah, missed.
So the Shadow Fiend is not even going the Yule's build.
Back on the brink of extinction. A fine idea.
What do you mean 2 Battle Fury?
We fight.
Hey, top.
With practice comes
If
strength.
your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Battle Fury.
Rally the troops and get over there!
What coward runs? Very well.
You're gonna front seat game? Sounds good, Ashish. Yeah, when you told me to lean against Anti-Mage, I was totally like, you want me to lean against Anti-Mage? What the? Oh my god, he threw me at the perfect time! Oh wow. Oh my god, that's so perfect!
Storm, if mid's roaming, you gotta fucking roam with them. They're really good at ganking. I'd really like to kill this AM.
Telling Bluespan what to do is literally backseat gaming. Come on, man. Do you even know what you're talking about?
Let the enemy deny their middle tower! Get out of here with that
I
garbage!
need dust.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower! Oh, there better be something important going on.
Already moving.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny? Your bottom tower has fallen. Aw, it's my favorite tower. Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Hey, ult down top.
On it.
So they don't know that I TP'd, so they might be less inclined to
To battle.
try to gank me.
We're not ready. You cannot hide. Run if you can.
What the fuck? Holy shit!
Can we kill SF?
Go first.
Hey guys, it's GG. If you're a bitch.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Hell's gates swing wide.
They're trying to
Why
knock
is this
down your
BH
middle
going in?
tower. Killing spree.
Okay.
Ours. It is not time. Battle calls.
Your middle tower has been denied.
Yes,
Send him home with nothing.
strength is ours. Onward. The dragon's gate is mine.
Oh, man, I'm so scared, dude. Your combo is so strong, even with my BKB.
Not yet.
Get me out of this game.
No, you can't go that far.
Your top tower is under attack. Mega kill!
Back.
Killing spree! Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad. Unstoppable!
Of course.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I
Radiant
have Necro
structures
3.
are fortified.
A fine idea.
Can we just group?
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. You and a couple of friends could
I need
probably
throw
stop
from Necro
that.
3.
Your bottom tower has
They
fallen.
smoked. Go.
The only outcome. Yeah.
They're still around here, maybe.
We bring our blade.
Yeah, I've seen your temple.
Blade hungers.
She saw us.
So you say. We're not ready.
That Necro 3 is so useful for dewarding, huh?
Not yet.
Holy shit!
Forward.
Top.
No retreat. We knew this time would come.
Double kill.
Holy shit! Oh man. All right, maybe now it's GG.
Slot chug.
Time to die. As you wish.
Okay, actually, I need to make some. I'm gonna TP top. Hey Dazzle, I'm gonna leave this lane in a second.
It is not time.
Oh, it's the Underlord from last game.
Death approaches.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom tower has
Oh, Dazzle has Midas, dude.
fallen. Your middle tower has
I'm gonna leave this lane real soon.
Onward.
I think we out now.
We'll be back. Yes.
The top tower needs some help. This is one of the things in the back.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Run if you can.
How much damage should we do to that tower? A little bit.
The dragon's gaze finds you. It's an honor.
Hey, Buddha Lama. How do you feel when someone says to you, "See, I told you so"? Like when someone says that to you, how does it feel? Do you think it? Don't you think it's annoying?
Alright, cool. Thanks then. Yeah, we wouldn't have needed to use the sentry.
Very well. It is not time. Agreed.
Jeez, there's nothing around here to farm. Ha ha. I'm trying to make a point, and I hope you understand.
Already moving. Stand and fight. Yeah.
All right, I should be able to survive Tiny's combo. Oh god.
We go.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Come on.
As you wish. You will fall. No retreat.
Oh shit.
Yes. Not yet.
Oh fuck! I thought I had my spin.
2 buybacks from them.
Shall return.
Oh my god! I started like TPing, and I thought I had my spin, dude. Oh god. And Naruyuki, you know, I think you're absolutely right. Hi, Aditya.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Thanks, Glenn. Yeah, I tried.
Killing spree. Your top tower is under attack.
I'm so...
Fortified the
Not so
structures.
underfarmed, but
Keep moving.
underfarmed.
Swiftly now.
BKB is down.
I'm gonna go with bottom to farm, I think. So after Sanjin Yasha, I might need to go like Butterfly, because I don't have damage, right? Sanjin Yasha is kind of like a... Not really like a good damage item.
We fight.
Runes are almost up.
No. Yes.
There's probably gonna be no farm in my jungle.
We will not bleed. Already moving. You cannot hide. Swiftly now. Yes.
I have grease. I gotta go walk and grab those.
Not yet. Your death approaches.
I'm gonna grab a pipe.
It is not time.
Careful, son. I can't be there to help.
Yes.
Did he have Mantis stuff?
Killing spree.
Oh my god!
To battle.
Why would you go in on him solo, man? There's no point.
Swiftly now.
Can we group and push a tower once storm is up? That is ridiculous. Sustain with me.
This is a real one, right?
What is it? Coming. Get the track load.
Agreed. We're not ready.
Oh, what the? I have to go back in? I don't think this is a good fight.
We're not ready.
Tower's under attack.
Yeah. Not yet.
Killing spree.
I don't want to risk my life for an AA.
Fucking hell, guys.
Sanjin Yasha.
Jug, stay back. Don't go out there.
Very
Top
well.
tower needs some
Nah, it's not worth my life to try to kill you.
help. You'll be fine. As long as that top tower don't fall. I'll wait till it.
On it.
Your top tower is under attack.
Strength is ours. Our blade.
Top tower needs some help.
So Shadowfiend's going for
Coward runs.
Butterfly. He's gonna be really tanky. So, I don't know. I might need Monkey King Bar because his anti-mage probably gonna get Butterfly at some point as well too, right? No, he's going for Scotty.
Yeah.
I don't think my Omnislash will kill.
We have really good sustain.
As you wish.
We can just seed shit down.
Yes.
Group top, that tower's already hurt.
A fine
Yeah, we
idea.
might have to just get Monkey King Bar or something.
Battle call.
Guys. Everybody something.
We bring our blade.
We don't have
Come on,
team
dude.
yet.
Yeah, I know.
Not yet. Very well. Ours. We bring our blade. Of course.
Why? Why don't you guys just fucking group? This should not be hard.
So you say.
I made too many mistakes this game.
Yes. We go. Yeah.
Sucker.
A fine idea.
Yeah, I was expecting them to kind of jump me there.
Of course.
What is Storm doing? I have no idea.
It's an honor.
Man, they're probably gonna go back to farm this, so this bottom should be a little bit safer.
You cannot hide. Your death approaches.
Roshan? Oh shit.
Fall into the diet.
At last.
Stay high ground.
Bounty.
No, don't go.
Already moving. Bounty.
Hey, I can come mid with double damage.
Coming through. We go. So you say. Blade hungers.
I gotta back up. Back up.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Oh man, that Shadow Fiend is actually absolutely gigantic.
Got one less middle tower now, by the way. Radiant structures are fortified.
We're not ready.
Let's just stay high ground. I don't want to chase this.
It is not time. We fight. Yes.
Carrot, they're all there.
It's an honor.
Yeah, I don't think we should fight this.
Dominate! Dominate!
Not yet.
Killing spree! Mega kill!
The cost of magic.
What build should I have? MKB, Butterfly, Divine, Abyssal, Mjolnir by 32 minutes? I know you probably think that you're smart and you see me try to right-click Shadow Fiend and not do much damage, but is it really about the build?
Unstoppable!
Never miss a trick.
Yeah, I made too many mistakes this game, guys. Yeah, actually, a lot of this game is my fault.
Bottom shrine has fallen.
Dazzle offlane is ridiculous. I don't know if it's ridiculous or not. I don't have an opinion on that.
Our charge remains.
Oh man.
Yes.
If I had Blink Dagger, I would probably do even less damage to Shadow Fiend. I mean, it's a good item to catch Anti-Mage for sure, but I just don't really know at this point.
What coward runs? It is not time. It's an honor.
Can we catch time?
Yes. Time to die.
Background.
As you wish.
Alright, now I need Monkey King Bar.
Basher. No retreat. Already
Your
moved.
top shrine is under attack.
Runes are almost up.
Your top shrine has fallen.
No less than we deserve.
Basher for BF? What does that mean? Can you explain to me?
Dazzle. To battle.
Staff of Son no Goku?
Run if you can. We're under attack.
Hold on. Coming. My necro creeps are Push mid. They don't have A. Or maybe we can Roche if it's up and we get vision.
Swiftly now.
No, it's still like 4 more game.
Already
So far from me.
I'm not sure I want to chase. Storm's a little far right now.
with practice comes strength.
The Shadow Queen's so powerful.
Not yet.
Go, 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 go!
Hold on. Careful
Care
down, go back
BH,
left.
like, we blew a lot on anti-mage. A is back up too.
So you say.
Get this tower. Trying to come here. I'll heal you.
Haste. Shut away. We fight.
Careful, guys.
As you wish.
Still no AM.
Middle tower has fallen.
Back, guys, back.
No, the thing is, I don't have Omni Slash.
We bring.
I can spin TP, you guys can run. I can spin TP.
Onward.
No, this Shadow Fiend's so powerful. I don't really want to try to fight him. Hey, can we back? I don't want to fight.
Of course. We're not ready. It is not time.
Let me die, let me die.
Right on away.
Blade. As you wish.
Come on, come on! Yeah!
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
A fine idea. Attack.
Roche is not up yet.
Our blade hungers.
Here comes Dire's plucky little courier.
Hold on.
Oops, it's dead now.
Not yet.
I won't have buyback.
Time to die. It is not time.
Yeah, after I have Monkey King Bar, maybe we can kill Shadow Fiend. Actually, I'm too scared to farm this.
We go.
So we're gonna finish Monkey King Bar, then we're gonna buy Abyssal, and then we're gonna buy Butterfly, I think.
As you wish.
And then I'm gonna get the 600 HP
Can we
talent,
smoke on him?
and I'll have 3000 HP,
Very well.
which should be able to survive Tiny Sand King AA burst, theoretically.
Get my Hurricane Pike first.
Agreed. The fruits of discipline.
He's getting bashed now.
Your death approaches.
Roshan should be up in minutes.
Yeah, I'll get a scythe after this.
There's no shrine for me to TP to.
You know, you can use words, man.
Very well. Forward.
Runes are almost up.
Swiftly now. We're not ready. We're not ready. Not enough mana.
I don't have any fucking mana, dude.
Okay. We fight.
Hey, can you grieve me, Dazzle? I don't have mana. Thanks.
Yep.
Yes.
Care mid, care mid.
It is not
I'm
time.
backing up.
Actually, should I just get Butterfly
Guardian
and then Abyssal? Oh shit. GG.
Triple kill.
What the fuck?
We didn't even kill anybody.
The middle barracks are under.
You guys gonna buy back? Or are we just moving?
This time, I brought you.
Middle barracks are looking shaky.
Oh my god, what do I even do, dude? Nah, it's over, dude.
I don't know why we didn't just push early when we were strong. Let aim farm forever. Good job, guys.
They who live by the
One more for
law
Rampage.
shall die by my blade.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Oh, you know what, guys? To be honest with you, I really underestimated their combo. So at the beginning of the game, I had told you guys, like, so this lineup, I said that this lineup,
Your top tower has fallen.
they can't really kill me. That's what I said, right? They killed me a lot, but I said that the only way that they can kill me is if Anti-Mage comes and blinks on me, and then he uses Mana Void while I'm spin TP, right? My whole assumption was that I could push very deeply and aggressively with spin TP. And I said that the only way that they can kill me is if they chain stun me perfectly, right? And I was basically, I was overconfident. I was like, I should be able to react quickly enough, right? And just spin TP, and maybe they'll come close to killing me, right? Anyways, this fucking support Tiny, he got a really early blink, and then he would blink in, he would avalanche and toss me with AA's ultimate, and he would do it perfectly. Or like the AA and Sanking, they'd combo me together. Like, oh god. Here, let me talk about this game for a sec. This was a really bad jug game. So at the beginning of the game, I told you guys that I wanted to get power treads, right? But then this line, he's like, hey, you want to buy an item really quick? I'll bring it to you. Buy it, drop it, right? And I'm like, okay. And I actually panicked and I bought a Blades of Attack. Even though I told you guys I was going to buy power treads, right? Because my assumption was that if you buy phase boots, that assumes that you want to chase people, like you want to run at them, right? And in this particular game, I wasn't really planning on chasing anyone because I know that you can't really run at Anti-Mage because he's just going to blink in 3 seconds, right? So with power treads, you do more damage than you do with phase boots, right? So I actually made the assumption that if I had 3 seconds to kill Anti-Mage or the Shadow Fiend, right? You want to do as much damage as possible and just forget about the idea of chasing people. So I was going to go like power treads, like Butterfly, Abyssal, or something like that, right? Anyways, it would have been amazing if I actually had power treads this game, rather than panic buying the phase boots, right? But I panicked and I bought the Blades of Attack. So I was like, okay, you know what? Let's just buy phase boots. Anyways, I totally overestimated the enemy team. This Tiny, he got actually a really early Blink Dagger, and he would combo Blink, Avalanche, toss me with AA's alt landing at the fucking perfect time, and I actually fed way too many times. True story. But yeah, I think if I had Power Treads, the extra 200 HP would have been the difference between life and death. In a lot of those chain stunts that they did with me with AA's ult. It's all about Boots' fault. Well, no, it's mainly my fault. I mean, I didn't have to panic buy the phase boots, but to be quite honest with you, I didn't have to be overconfident and just like push so deep, right? Yeah, it was my own overconfidence. Anyways, I'm playing position 4 this game, and this Space Kid's on my team
You
again.
hold him down, you knock him out. 5 seconds left.
Yeah, that's generally my Juggernaut styles. I actually really like to push in really deep. And like, you know, like if I'm hitting their tier 2 towers, right? They're gonna be like, oh shit, this Juggernaut's hitting our tier 2 towers, right? So generally they often react very, very similarly, right? They're like, shit, let's TP 2 or 3 guys back. Let's kill this fucking safe lane Juggernaut. And stop them from hitting our towers, right? That's the strategy I almost always use. Especially when they don't have that many BKB piercing TPs. Or interrupts. Where's Miranda?
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Anyways, when 2 or 3 people TP to try to stop me from hitting their tier 2 towers, right? That creates so much space for my teammates on the other side of the map. But yeah, I was just overconfident that game. You can't even get the spin off. The combos were so perfect. Yeah, that's the thing, Charm. I was like, I don't know. I just kept thinking that, like, you know, like I would react quickly in time and then, you know, spin TP, get away with like 15% HP, 20% HP, right? But like their execution was so good. Honestly, if I did the same strategy in 3K or 4K, they just wouldn't have that execution, right? And you could totally, if you guys are 3K, 4K or below, you could totally use that kind of strategy.
Okay,
but at the Divine level, fucking they do everything so goddamn well and perfectly, you know?
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Tiny's there again. So Tiny's from last game was in here. The 666 guy. Oh, there he is. Yeah, you're right, Randy. Under what circumstances does Jug need Maelstrom? Hey, Vincentius, are you still here? I'll answer your question if you're here. Oops, wrong button. So in that, I'll explain why I didn't build Maelstrom that game. I know it's a very popular item in Jug. So the reason why I didn't build Maelstrom is because of mainly the anti-mage. So if you go Mjolnir, you do shit tons of magical damage, right? But anti-mage, he has 50% extra magic resistance with level 4 spell shield, and then at level 25, he gets an extra 25, right? So Mjolnir actually just does very, very little damage to anti-mage. And I was very worried about anti-mage getting powerful, and he did get powerful in the end anyways. So I opted for more a right-click based build against the anti-mage, where you have the plus 45 damage per battle period, which is amplified by Blade Dance, the crit, to fight the anti-mage. But in general, like, I don't know, like you want to go Mjolnir if you fight like Wraith King, right? You want to kill the skeletons, you go Mjolnir, or like PL. For sure. Or if you just need more raw damage, yeah, just build Mjolnir. But in this particular game, because they had the anti-mage, I opted for the Battlefield. We don't have any tanks, huh? So I have a Shadow Shaman on my team. We can probably combo together and get the arrow combo. Yeah, I'm gonna type the Shadow Shaman and tell him like we should get the first blood.
Let the battle commence.
Let's go get first blood, Mirana.
Forward, pet.
It's in the bag.
Come on, let's get first blood.
Forward, pet.
Maelstrom kill Naga illusions. Yeah, so that's another good example of getting Mjolnir.
Yes.
Hi, the Raj.
Good idea.
So my team, they really flamed Storm Spirit a lot that
To the
game.
battle.
His score was pretty good. I don't think he really deserved it, but I mean, I had him pre-muted, so maybe he was being toxic.
As you will it. Forward by bounds. Good idea.
30 seconds to showtime.
Hi, Rajesh. Alright, I gotta pay attention to this
Agreed.
because might miss first blood.
It's in the bag.
I only have like what 2.5, almost 3 seconds to land a zero.
We
They're invading
ride.
top,
Go, Shadow Shaman, go.
so get both runes bottom.
Yo, man, you gotta make plays.
When the horn blows, the blood
What the
flows.
fuck are you guys doing?
I'm waiting for the Shadow Shaman to do something.
Leap forward.
Like, say something. Don't just wait and watch while they get both runes.
On track.
Pretty sure I was like, go Shadow Shaman. What's wrong with this guy?
Heads up, we're back.
You know what I hear? I
Wait,
hear
everybody.
we want to work as a team, but I don't want to work as a team.
On the prowl.
Just group and get towers.
I don't have a good feeling
Don't
about
make me
Shadow
solo,
Shaman,
because I'm gonna get fucked.
if you shackle him, maybe I can arrow.
Of course. Yes. Evil curs. Since you command it. I'm not ready.
Ah, shit. Oh, get the other guy, get the other guy.
Whimper, dogs.
It all worked out.
First
Good job.
blood. And a point well Forward by taken. bounds.
It's stressful.
Leap forward. Agree. Die, home. To the battle.
Glad you like the arrow, Randy. Yeah, Lena dodged it, but then we got the Centaur instead. Pretty funny stuff. I'm here, Dazzle.
Good idea. Since you command it,
Dazzle needed help, so I went to help Dazzle.
Shadow wave.
Double damage.
Keep running.
of course.
This Shadow Shaman is quite the passive-aggressive little shit, huh? Mm-hmm. Sorry, am I not supposed to help my offlaner? Just because you say so?
On track.
Fuck, dude!
My shadow falls.
Just keep clicking.
I'm under attack. We ride.
God. Oh, fuck, I'm not gonna make the
As you
stack.
will it.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Good idea.
Actually, did I make the stack?
You better poof on over
On
to
the
your
Actually
bottom
did.
tower. What, not your job or something?
The cost of kibble. Good idea. Run like the dogs you are.
I think we're just gonna go ahead and beat this guy. Yeah, no, he's quite the piece of work.
As you will it. Good idea. Forward by bounds.
Wow!
On track. Yes. Leap forward. On the prowl.
Oh shit, wrong one. Uh-oh. The Shadow Shaman is becoming a problem, guys. Now he's top. Well, I'm okay.
Agreed. Since you command, perfect. We ride.
Well played, yeah, well played, but Drow is taking the sacrifice for that. He doesn't have support down here, so I mean, questionable value, you know?
Forward for the hunt.
Should have used the courier by now to get some more regen. I don't have mana.
Forward by bounds. Leap forward.
Denied.
On the
Maybe we
prowl.
can arrow. Oh.
Since
Does
you
he have
command.
ice path? I can't remember if he does. See you later. Oh my god, Lena's here!
Gravely mistaken.
Leaning top.
We
Shadow
run.
Shaman's not buying words. Oh. How many times have that Jakiro died? Twice? You
I'll
say
go bottom if Drow's just gonna jungle.
you say dog because you die 2 times. Am I right?
To the battle.
Oh my goodness.
Attack.
Fucking level 1 Starstorm doesn't do shit.
Good idea.
Because you 5 scrubs
Of
are tryharding.
course.
Actually, I'm just playing normal. But you think it's tryhard.
On
What
track.
does that say about his gameplay?
Yes.
God, there's like nothing here. Zero. I'm just gonna try.
The top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant fortified the structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Your
That
top
is Drow.
tower is under
Drow
attack.
needs the experience so she can level up.
We ride.
She might also need someone to watch her.
As you will it. Whip some more. Agreed. As you will it.
Select might just jump this guy in a sec.
Whimper, dog.
Oh, there it is.
Of course.
See, good thing I stayed.
Drow, you are cold as the night. Since you
They're
command
trying to knock down your middle tower.
for the hunt.
Mega kill!
Get back, you fool! Oh my, dude,
Range.
we lost! We lost! Ah.
To the battle.
The Shadow Shaman's not buying wards. I
Are
guess
you
I have
even
to be support
watching
now.
the top tower?
We ride. Agreed.
Okay, I just
Forward by
don't know
bounds.
exactly. Maybe I should hang out with this Shadow Shaman. Even if he's a piece of shit. Nah, I'm gonna go top.
Good idea.
We need some wards on this map, dude.
An easy shot. Forward, pet.
You guys want to rotate when they're diving bot?
Oh god.
Take me.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Yeah, I'm not feeling so good about this game.
Runes in 20.
Leap to it.
Your bottom tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the bad column. Your bottom tower is under attack.
So fast.
Yes.
Quad bottom.
Ooh, your bottom tower is kind of bad. Valley the
2 for 2, that's not bad.
bad.
They have Vision Top Dire Rune for sure. How do you know?
You better poof
And
on
which
over
room?
on your bottom
That was a
tower.
good D-ward shaman.
You and a couple of friends could probably stop that. You'll be fine, as long as that top tower don't fall. Oh wait, it's already gone.
Good idea.
Oh man, this Shadow Shaman just got mental issues, dude. He doesn't do his job anymore.
We ride.
Hi, Nyung.
On track. I'm under attack. Forward by bounds.
Yeah, I'm like
The enemy's
70%
attacking your
sure
middle
we
tower.
lost this game.
Don't let him do that! Radiant called in the fortification.
Spark bottom.
Not so fast.
Yes.
Yep.
Dominate!
Tuck your tail and run,
You guys should be able to win a fight if it's 4v3.
as you will it.
Your top
get something with
tower
that-
is under
those snakes.
attack. You gonna do something about it, or just sit there looking funny?
We would need a
Leap
core
forward.
down here.
The bottom tower is under attack.
To the battle.
God, we're just being sieged 2 different lanes.
Agreed.
Oh my god, he's going for it!
Bottom tower just took a dirt nap. Radiant structures are fortified.
Yes. Star don't forward, pet.
Safe word.
I'm fucking dead.
Good idea.
Mega kill!
Yeah, we lost.
Hurt the one.
Double kill!
What is this?
Would have been great if I had my tome there.
Good idea.
How can we even win this
Since you
game, dude?
command it.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
On the prowl.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Your middle tower has fallen.
Of course.
Come on! Wow!
idea.
That was, I don't know if that was an intentional dodge, but he dodged it good. Yeah, that's what I said at the beginning of Varun. I was like, we don't have a tanky hero at all. This is very concerning. Are you fucking kidding me?
Can you all not run from me when I'm trying to grave you?
This Queen of Pain's alive!
Fuck it, whatever.
Get me out of this game, guys. Get me
Your
out.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, we fucking lost. I actually just want to destroy my items and just be like, hey, look, Dire, look, see, my items are gone. Just push that in.
Once more into the breach.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dig in and
As you
defend
will.
that sucker.
Oh boy.
To the back.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
They're trying to knock down
Are
your
you
middle
serious?
tower.
Can't even kill one kill?
Killing
We fucking lost, dude. Oh my god, look at this guy. Oh, okay, good. There you go. At least one good thing happened in the last 10 minutes. Oh. Yeah, three. Oh, Game of Thrones.
We admit no defeat.
Oh, a couple of good things happened. I think they got overconfident. Yeah, they got overconfident. They're like, we won this game, and then they started throwing.
Yes.
Thank you, Dire.
Leap forward. Forward by bounds. Ha! The prize is mine.
Can I grab this rune without feeding? Can I?
Forward, pet.
Can I?
Let's group top. We can take the T1 and then we'll have snakes for T2.
On the prowl.
Careful mid.
Agreed. Ah. Stop! Mm-hmm. On track.
That Centaur ult? He's running really fast.
Since you command, yes. Start.
Woo! Thank you, Slark.
Forward by bounds. Then
They have vision here.
A lot of HP.
good idea.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stop for half a second to use shitty liquid fire.
Push top.
Why, man? Just fucking run, Jakiro.
Your
Not
middle
that I
tower's
needed
under
my arrow,
attack.
but I mean, I don't know why people do things that they do, you know?
Dude, save snakes for towers. You get
Oh
her.
my god. What? He just used shackle, man. He used shackle and not arrow.
Forward.
Dazzle is a core
Guys,
in
putting up
this
a barricade.
particular game.
To the battle.
Mega kill!
Good idea.
Oh no! I have wand! Maybe it makes no difference. Actually, if I use wand, I can use Star Storm there and he would die.
We need to just get towers. Shouldn't be difficult.
This Dazzle? This is the third game I play with him today, and his strategy is always the same. Group up and take towers. And I'm not saying that's bad, but I'm just saying that he always thinks that way.
The enemy's top towers.
Will not stop us that easily.
How many of those things are there?
Greaves. Is pipe a good item in this game? Yeah, I think pipe's pretty decent.
On track.
Pipe and we're gonna get force staff first.
Safe word.
Uh-oh, maybe I shouldn't have used that arrow for that creep. Not sure it would make a difference anyways.
On the prowl.
Veil? I don't think so.
Leap forward.
I'm really worried about
Of
Slark's
course.
his pounce.
Yes.
Yeah, we need to bail the drow out if she starts feeding. How the fuck do I arrow that?
I'll never bow.
Snake bot.
Yeah, there's a ward either here or right here.
The top tower's
So we'll
under
put a
attack.
sentry like right here or something.
Hello, top tower.
Goodbye,
Enemy's bottom
top
tower's
tower.
gone. Nice, right? Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
Take us. As you will it.
They all went mid.
So Shadow Shaman is supposed to be position 5, but then he started acting like a complete dumbass, and then he's like, he was just a
On the
dumbass from the beginning of the
prowl.
game. Just start arguing with his teammates. Why didn't you do this? Blah 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 blah.
Of course.
Slark's around.
Where is their ward? Oh my
Agreed.
god. Did I actually just miss it?
Leap forward.
Mid's almost dead.
Maybe I should be our second right-clicking carry. I mean, we have Drow. I don't know.
Stop! Run like the dogs you are.
I mean, I have Drow Aura, right? So maybe I just spilled to right-click.
We ride.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust.
Good idea. Stop!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Forward,
Oh,
my
there
bound.
better be something important going on.
They see me top care.
Since you
Ooh,
command.
your bottom
You guys wanna
tower
come
is
top?
Kinda bad.
Stop!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I got a big wave
Your
top.
bottom tower has fallen.
Do we just keep going?
Good idea.
The enemy's
Do we have
top
snakes?
tower has fallen.
No, it's. I'm waiting on the crow for it.
On track.
Do we have a sentry? If we sentry this,
I
have
we'll wait
sentry.
now. Yeah, wait for one of them to come high ground here. We'll just kill him. Then we go high ground.
That's a good plan.
We ride.
There you go. Push high ground.
We ride.
Yeah, Lena probably doesn't have buyback.
Cringe you cur.
Just stay spread.
Good idea.
Radiant's courier is dead. I wonder
come on.
what idiot got it killed.
Fair warning, your death has arrived.
Pugna's leaving, get out.
Yes.
Maybe. Hey, get out of the top.
Of course.
I just saw Lena's wave.
Not a penny wasted. On the prowl.
We can take Roche super fast.
Hmm.
To the battle.
Man, I want Force Staff, dude. Look at Dragon Lance. Actually, I have 2 wards. I should really put those down. So I put the sentry here earlier because they have vision, but I just can't figure out where their vision is. Or maybe it expired by the time I actually put down the sentry.
As you will it. Shadow.
Lina has dust.
Shadow wave.
On track. Agreed.
Well, now that I'm already here, I'm just gonna go and grab my items from base.
Forward, pet.
We have snakes. Let's get vision around Roche.
Okay, so now we have a counter to Slark's pounce. So hey GT, I actually bought Rod of Atos the last Miranda game, but in this particular game we want to be I'm not really interested in catching them, I'm more interested in 5-man pushing. And also I need the skill as a right click carry, since we don't have any more right click carries.
Good idea. Forward by bow. As you will it.
Your name shall be forgotten.
Of course.
Yeah, I know.
Agreed. Stop!
The fucking centaur's alive?
It's not done yet.
Oh!
Double kill.
I'm sorry. Did you say stop?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Once we're all up, vision around Roche. And then Roche. We can do it super fast.
You know, this Dazzler who's been in my game, and this is the 3rd game in a row now, he's mostly a good guy. Sometimes he gets a little passive aggressive, but mostly a good guy.
Leap to it. Forward, pet.
Quite a PMA player.
On the prowl.
Kuro's fucking right here.
To the battle.
You wanna check up the hill? I can go up there. With the Necro, I mean.
On track. Not yet. Cower before us. Leap forward. Yes.
So, you can cast a Necrobook so often, huh?
Starfall. Good idea.
Hi, Vu. That's pretty late over there.
Main is top. Which means there's probably others. Careful.
Attack. Mm-hmm.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower is under attack. over here we have your middle tower. Not
Shaman.
being there no more. Your middle tower's under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
Once more into the breach. Since you command it.
Dark light.
They're gonna split up real soon to deal with top.
Agreed. To the battle.
Are we able to Roshan? Like they probably TP'd a whole bunch of different areas.
Run Roshan, do.
Forward by bounds. For Roshan. On track.
Fallen to the radiant.
That was pretty good for us. They still fighting?
Get out, get out, get out.
I'm not ready. Good idea.
Fucking piece of shit.
Leap forward.
Gonna go grab some items.
On the ground.
I'm out of mana, guys. You get-
Stop. Yes. I'm under attack. As you will it.
FYM, glad you like the call for Roshan. Yeah, it just seemed really natural
Good
to do it. You know?
idea.
And our
just wants to
Roshan
level up,
lineup
let's
is
go
so good. Quite lag. Is anyone else lagging?
Forward by bounds.
You want this farm drill? It's all yours, bud.
Of course. For the hunt.
No lag.
Leap forward. Start. As you will it. Scatter while you can. Agreed. Starfall. Since you command it. Good idea. Stars, rain down upon mine enemy. Yes.
So my next item is not gonna be.
Shadows take us. We ride bullseye. Stars,
Holy fuck, this guy's so tanky, dude.
good
Push bottom.
By the time we get to bottom, I'm not really sure that we can
Forward,
actually
Ant.
kill it though.
The cost of killing.
Can we push bottom? I'm not sure we have enough time for bottom, guys.
Starfall.
I'll head over.
To the battle.
Centaur's almost up though. That creep wave is quite far behind.
On track. I'm not ready.
What the fuck? What the? How does it?
Tower needs some
What?
help. Double kill.
We gotta be together, guys.
Killing spree. Triple kill.
Ah, Jesus.
Top tower is under attack.
Should I just finish Hurricane Fight? Now I'm wondering if I go Diffusal or I go, or if I, yeah, maybe we just go. I don't know.
Again, we ride.
That's how you die in a cool way, like a total retard. Hey, guys, check it out! I'm gonna force stop my way out of this death, and then I'm gonna jump right back in.
Forward, pet.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Hi, Doctor.
Since you command it. Stop!
You wanna fucking jump me, bitch?
Stay high.
To the battle. Leap forward.
Check out my magic trick, guys. You know, I almost feel like I should get BKB as well.
As you will
I don't
it.
know. Maybe we just get BKB and then Diffusal. What do you guys think?
We ride.
Or should I just get Diffusal right now?
Cringe you cur.
I don't know. My damage is so pathetic that I don't know. I feel like I need more damage.
Stop! Evil cur.
Yeah, maybe we just get Diffusal and then BKB.
Arrow. Oh, that works too.
Forward by bounds.
Oh my god, that guy is so sneaky.
Of course.
A sneaky schluck.
Yes.
We're pretty split right now.
Gotta smoke
On
to get
the
a pick
prowl.
with Shaman.
Ah.
37-26 early Roshan.
Good idea. Agreed.
Takiro's top. Let's take a fight.
To the battle. Stop!
Oh, sorry. Here, take this one.
Ah.
What the fuck?
Good idea.
Yo, this guy's trying to be all sneaky. They're going all on Shadow Shan.
As you will it.
Don't be there, dude.
Of course. I'm under attack.
Unstoppable!
Ecstasy.
Oh,
Agony.
God. He's trying to figure out where the word is. He's probably confused because we just actually put it down on the river. Hello, Surya. You know what? Maybe I'll just get BKB first.
Talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Wow, Shadow Shaman just bought that.
Look at you, dropping down that bottom tower. The top tower needs some help. The top tower has fallen. I don't even know where to start.
This.
Green Pain's not even here.
Allies disappear.
Top barracks are under attack.
Forward, my man. Stop.
Top Smara has fallen.
Dogs you are.
This is why we can't have nice things.
On track.
Yep, not feeling too good about this game, Chris. I think we lost.
Forward, pet.
Is worth smoke to get a 3 position?
We ride.
Hey Gabby, the answer to your question is it depends.
On the prowl. Die, hungry. Since you command it. Good idea.
Goodbye, Roshan. See you soon.
Straight high ground.
Leap forward.
What is he doing? What is he doing? That's a dieback.
Yes. As you will it.
I'm gonna grab bottom runes real quick. Use glyph.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
We ride. The prize is mine. Top your tail and ride.
We have glyphs still, dude. What the fuck?
Barracks cannot fall. You're doing it wrong.
Star.
Dominate.
I never miss a trick.
That
I should have arrowed the Queen Pin.
such power is ours. An easy shot.
Push.
Style home.
Guys, do you yeah, I'm getting close to the 25
Of
mana break
course.
talent, and then I had the fuel, and then, you know, it's kind of
Pipe
powerful.
on.
Quicker,
Agreed.
quicker.
Whimper, dogs.
That lean is so good for sure. How do you say that?
To the battle. Good idea.
Oh, they might not have buyback.
Are fortified.
Focus buildings?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Your attack has arrived.
Mega kill! Killing spree! Killing spree!
No shadow.
This guy's so screwed, dude.
I don't have buyback. You can't die.
Hey, Drow, you might as well use your aura.
Dominating!
Now we buy BKB.
Forward by bounds. Yes. But under attack. On track.
That's GG.
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone? Bad news
What do you guys think we did wrong this game?
barracks. Your bottom barracks is fallen.
Might be the draft, I don't know. I feel like we needed someone tanky to go in the front.
Your top barracks ain't nothing no more. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. You got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your engine is under attack.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of damage. Dagon 5. Take a draft Karma. What heroes do you think we should have had instead? Our last pick? Who was our last pick? The last pick Pugna?
How can this be?
Yeah, Rez, it's okay to lose. You think we need a Pangolier, Hassan? Pangolier instead of who? Do I actually have no wins today? Holy fuck. I lose all my games, dude. Yeah, let's look at this draft order. So it's 10th pick Pugna. And he's our mid player. So we had, let's see, Pugna, Dazzle. Let's just look at the last 2 or 3 picks, okay? So Centaur, Jakiro, Slark. So okay, Centaur, Jakiro, Slark. And then we have Mirana, Dazzle. You can't blame first pick. I first picked Mirana. You can't blame that. So Mirana, Dazzle. Yeah, that's okay. And then Shadow Shaman, Drow Ranger. So at this point, I mean, we have decent control. We have decent tower damage. We have decent... Our 5-man capability is not that good. But we definitely have a lot of potential for right-clicking ranged, you know... Like... I don't know, like this kind of draft, it just seems harder to execute, right? Because like we don't have a frontliner. What if we had TA instead? You know. Anyway, no. I don't know about TA. Anyways, like our draft kind of relies on sick shallow graves and kiting shit around. It's kind of hard to execute, right? Whereas, like, I feel like the Dar's draft, like, Slark runs that with BKB, Dark Pact, Shadow Dance, and then Centaur has eggs, and he's super tanky. Like, the Dar's draft is just really easy to execute when they just run at you, and you don't rely on, like, skill shots or hiding really well, you know what I mean? Just... Anyway, so instead of the Pugna, I wish we had... What if we had a DK? Doesn't that make a lot of sense? I think you should buy Yule early for Slark and Orchid. I should buy Yule's early for Slark and Orchid? I don't think that I agree with you. I mean, I understand what you think, right? Like, you're like, you got Orchid, you need a Yule's there. Yeah, you could use Yule's for Orchid, right? And you could also use for Slark's Pounce, right? But I don't really need the mana regeneration. The entire game, I just didn't really need the mana regeneration. And doesn't BKB also solve the exact same issue, Armin Smith? And would you also agree that we weren't really fully utilizing the power of the Drow Aura? Like, Pugna, he's not going to right-click. Shadow Shaman, not really going to right-click either. Dazzle, maybe right-click a little bit. So, I mean, it was kind of up to me to kind of make up for a lack of right-clicking capabilities, right? So, in my opinion, BKB, which I didn't end up having enough time to get, would have been a better item than Yule's. Yule's would have made me some kind of like a utility caster type Mirana, but then you don't have the power of the right-click Mirana with the Drow Aura. Wouldn't you agree? Please reply. Anyways, I got the Diffusal Blade because you burn 50 mana per right-click, right? And Mirana also has, on top of that, a 25 mana burn talent at 20. So, I mean, I also got the 80 leap attack speed talent, so actually I can burn mana really quickly. That was the idea. I don't know. Anyways, I actually also think that even if I don't have Yules or BKB, Force Staff was a really good item against the Orchid, because even if I get Orchid, I can still Force Staff myself out, and if I get pounced, I can get out with Force Staff as well, right? Yeah, we were pretty much losing for like 90% of the game. Dota Plus thinks that we actually slightly outdrafted them though. Oh man, this is looking so bad at 10 minutes. Oh my god. Laning phase was really bad for us. You can't force staff out of pounce, right? Yes, you can. You can force staff out of pounce. That's actually the biggest reason why I bought force staff. Oh, MMR is just dropping, guys.
We ride.
I've been meaning to try out Night Stalker position 4. Hmm, 63 damage right click at level 105 armor. That's pretty decent. World of Warcraft theme in the background is such a good idea. I really like it too, MR. Are you playing World of Warcraft Classic? I've been playing that a lot recently. Almost as much as Dota 2. You play Wrath of the Lich King PvE, so you play on a private server then, right? PvE. Okay. Actually, I played a lot of Wrath of the Lich King. I don't really know what the best expansion is. It's hard to remember sometimes. Oh, Pingu, this guy's a total fucking douchebag. I remember him. Alright, I'm in position 4 again. Oh, I have this guy pre-muted. Shit.
Whose band is
I have this guy pre-muted too. Fuck!
yours?
This guy's a Smurf probably. He only has 1,000 games.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
I am not playing Storm Spirit as a support, dude. Come on.
Ten seconds.
Support Spectre, great idea. Maybe we could try position 4 Night Stalker this time around. Oh my god, he first picked techies! Wow.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am
I don't even know what to do at this point. Okay, let's try position 4 Night Stalker.
now. Meepo. What? Huh?
So if I can see Axe coming towards us to blink call it, right? And I precast my Crippling Fear, he can't even do it. But only if I pull it off correctly. I wonder what we need. So we have all the tank capabilities. We just need more damage. Is Storm Spirit? Storm Spirit.
Okay, your pick now.
Storm
You know
seems
what
pretty.
to
Oh,
do.
we have Pokemon. Storm Spirit? Okay, let's try. So I'm gonna be in this lane. Storm is bad. Is it Wind Ranger mid or is it Bloodseeker mid? Nickel maybe let's track off. I got so my laning partner might be this Pugna if he's in the offlane. I might have to unmute him. Thanks, Lulu. I need it today.
Comes the nocturne one.
I need to be ready to mute these two again, I'm pretty sure.
I stalk my next meal.
It's in the bag.
Thanks, Lulu. First pick techies, man? You fucking kidding me?
Night's procession. To battle. Darkly now. The beast stalks. Dark wings.
Man, Night Stalker can't see shit during the day.
On the hunt.
30 seconds to showtime.
Stalking. Yes. Suffer.
First blood.
What the fuck? He knows that word? It's there already?
And the
the fuck is Winter Wyvern?
Forest of the night. On the hunt. Night's procession.
This guy, did he use Salt?
Dark wings.
I need to stay in lane. I can't roam. Maybe, hopefully by minute 5, I can be level 3, run around game. Hopefully.
Night terror. The beast. Stalker. To battle.
A wyvern's
Darkness. Hunger.
Wow, that rain at the tower range? Really?
I stalk my next meal. Darkly now. Comes Canuck.
Oh fuck, I'm so low, dude.
Stalking. On the hunt.
I'm position 4.
Night's procession. The beast stalks. Take back the night. Dark wings. To battle.
Am I gonna?
Yes.
Okay.
I stalk my next meal. I fall like night. Tonight, my enemies will pay. Comes the nocturne one.
Fucking low HP as shit. Here we go.
I'll feast tonight.
It's not looking good again.
Darkly now. Stalking.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Dark wings.
Double kill.
Oh boy. Okay, I'm at level 3. This is what I wanted. I wish I could have some boots.
I stalk my next meal. Attack. None can stand against me. Night's procession.
Maybe I should just leave this lane.
Daywalker, Night Stalker.
Invisibility.
Yes.
Get some.
The beast stalks. Stalking. Bring on the night.
Top tower's under attack.
Die. Comes the nocturne one. Darkly now. 2.
Yeah, we fucking get it, dude.
Comes the nocturne one.
You better puff on over.
I don't know, guys.
Fierce. Devil by day, demon by night. Your war ends. I stalk my next meal. Feel my talons. I come to feed. I stalk no more.
I said good night, Star.
Killing spree. The bottom tower. What? Your job or something?
Continue.
Your bottom tower. It's kind of bad. This is what I mean to the bad tower.
Yeah, not a good day, man.
The beast stalks.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
On the hunt. Feel my talons. Dark wings.
I don't think so.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Darkly now. Night's procession.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
The torment.
The bottom tower.
To battle. Night silence. The beast stalks.
Your bottom tower. It's kind of bad.
Ah, this game is so
Stressful sometimes. My darkness deepens.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Thing.
Your bottom tower has
Oh, Jones.
fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Comes the nocturne one.
Alright, I had lifesteal muted too. You can't cast, it doesn't stop? Doesn't that contradict?
Not for you.
Dark wings. On the hunt.
I deny you.
Right click and what the fuck?
Dark wings.
Why you just TP? Oh, he can't TP.
Dominate.
think it's too dangerous.
The top tower is under attack.
Fast. Knight's procession. I stalk my next meal.
Game is really hard, dude.
Deny this into the dark. To battle. The beast stalks.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Comes the nocturne.
My god, this is going so badly, dude.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower.
Ah,
Its meal. Two.
Your middle tower is under attack.
okay.
Stalking. The beast.
I see nothing.
Dark wings.
Man, we lost this game, dude. I don't know, maybe we'll have a power spike later on. I hope we do, because this game is looking pretty hopeless. So if I wanted to use my ult to someone, who would I use it on? Wind Ranger or Axe? More likely Wind Ranger, I guess.
The nocturne.
They're both kind of hard to kill, though.
Your top tower has fallen. Dire's doing that glowy thing. There, nothing doing till that's done.
We need more Ashes of Vanguard, you and me.
Yep.
They're trying to
Or
knock
Leshrac,
down
though.
your middle tower. Rally the troops and
Leshrac.
get over there.
Quiet's magic.
Leshrac's already dead. He was supposed to be our damage.
Killing spree. Your middle tower's under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Sherry, thanks for subscribing.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Turn one. Not this again.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Is this thing on? What does that mean, Ashley? Is what thing on?
Darkly now.
Your middle tower's under attack.
One
They're
done.
trying to knock down your middle tower.
You guys can't see the stream?
Suffer.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
The beast stalks. Knight's procession.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Guys, Leshrac just destroyed all of his items and he bought wards and then he put it right there. I'm not getting luck today.
Killing spree.
Walking nightmare. Yet their flesh sustains me. Stalking.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dominating. Double kill.
I said good night, Stalker.
Remind me to report the Leshrac, okay? You know, all he do is complain from the beginning.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
I had Lifestealer pre-muted, but he wasn't talking this game. Surprisingly. I had Pugna pre-muted and he was talking. I unmuted both of them and yeah, they were talking. I mean, I unmuted, yeah, both of them, but it was just the Pugna who was toxic.
Ooh, Your bottom tower is kind of bad.
This game is very toxic against new players. Well, I gotta tell you, man, they're also toxic against old players, so...
You better puff on over to your bottom tower. Your bottom tower has fallen. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Okay, I want my boots.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
they see it. Ah, God.
Radiant's
Get me out of this
structures
game
are
today.
Fortified. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Your middle tower's under attack. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. You gonna do something about it, or just sit there looking funny? You got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your middle
Oh, I
barracks
typed a
are
longer
under
message, but I guess there's a limitation, huh?
Middle
Easy
barracks are
MMR
looking
for
shaky.
Radiant.
The middle barracks has fallen.
To battle.
Man, I can't get any wins today, guys.
Your middle tower is under attack.
So, anyways, I know that my pick...
And over
So,
here we
I mean,
have
I haven't
middle
played
tower.
Position 4 Night
The
Stalker in a
middle tower
while,
has fallen.
but I'm not so sure that
Gotta defend
there was
your
something wrong with the
ancient.
pick.
No.
So, I mean, these guys, one or two of them kind of blame me. Yeah, the Pugna and the Leshrac, who were already really toxic players.
There's nothing
They started blaming me for not doing much in the laning phase.
Kill.
But I mean, like,
Not paying attention to the rules.
what is a Night Stalker supposed to do during the day anyways, right? Like, what do you want?
Structures are fortified.
It's not always about the first 5 minutes of the game, right? So I'm not so sure.
Is under attack.
I'm not so sure that this pick is bad.
Is absolutely how you lose the game. Hey, the enemy's down there. They see collapse. All the right in the world.
Like, I looked at Night Stalker's stats in the beginning of the game, right?
Sunshine.
Oh shit, I have too many reports. Time remaining. So, does this mean I don't get low priority? So, this is not low priority, but this just is a matchmaking... Wait, what? Guys, I've never had this happen before, but how does this work? Very toxic player. So, do I need to win any low priority games to get out of this? I think I don't, right? I just can't queue for 40 minutes. That's how it works, isn't it? Yeah, no, I've had a lot of really bad games recently, and you guys know me. Like, when I see an answer, I'm just like, "Fuck you, man!" You know, you rude piece of shit. So I actually have quite a few reports recently. Check if you can queue solo draft. Solo? You mean single draft? Well, I can queue unranked period, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Yeah, so maybe if you just have enough reports. I didn't know that this existed, so there's like, if you get reported too many times, then you just can't queue. You have to 3-game in single draft? Oh, no, it says victories remaining right here. Oh, I'm in low priority. Ugh. This is actually the first time that I'm ever in low priority, guys. The first time ever. Actually, no, the second time ever. The first time I've ever been in low priority in my 10,000 games was actually when I was getting stream sniped. Yeah, I got stream sniped for a while. Like there was someone watching my stream, and he would go into my game in a ranked game, and he would play Nature's Prophet, and then he'd run down mid. Or he would play Tiny if Nature's Prophet was banned, and then he would just toss me or any teammates into the enemy. So actually, he got into one of my game. I just abandoned the moment I saw him in my game, and then he got into another one of my games, and then I abandoned again, and then I was in low priority. So this is actually the first time that I've ever been in low priority due to my own fault. I can't play Juggernaut Spectre. This is a single draft. Monkey King Centaur. Well, I'm good at Centaur, so maybe we'll play some Centaur. Ah, low priority. I mean, I could have just not flamed this guy's back, right? No, I was toxic, but I was toxic to people who started being assholes, like really bad assholes first. Oh, God. What does single draft mean? Damn, Devraj, you don't even know? You not play Dota 2 that much? How many games do you have? Single draft is when you only have 3 possible heroes that you can choose from. 1 strength, 1 agility, 1 intelligence. Those hero choices are given to you at random, and those are the only 3 heroes you can pick.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe I should just not bother like flaming people back, even if they were giant assholes first. I don't want to deal with this shit. I just want to play my ranked games. That's frustrating. Hey Topper, I cannot give you any advice because remember, in Dota 2, everyone has different strengths and weaknesses, right? Why would someone do that? The guy who came to my game and fed? Yeah, I can give you the answer. So the guy who did that to my games, there's actually two of them. Yeah, I think there's 2, maybe 3 of them. There's at least 2 of them.
What proving ground is this?
Hold on a second. So one of them was on my friends list, and he was on my friends list, and I used to play with him in like I used to play against him in a 6K game. In the 6K team. Like he had a 6K team, I had a 6K team. He was on my friends list, but one day he was in my team. We were playing a ranked game, public game. And I don't know what happened to him that day, but he was like on drugs or something like that. And he was just like making these really retarded plays. Even on the microphone, he was making like these retarded sounds like Argh! And yeah, he didn't work with his team at all. He didn't listen to his teammates. And yeah, he played Spirit Breaker, I think Spirit Breaker mid, and he would just run into the fountain or something like that. So I'm like, what the fuck is your problem, dude? So I deleted him off my friends list. And then him and his friends, they started stream sniping me. They started watching my stream, and then they would queue at the same time as my stream, as my ranked game, and then they would just run down mid. That's literally all that ever happened. Like this guy that was on my friends list, I barely ever talked to him before. I hope this guy doesn't expect that he's gonna play core.
Yes.
Yeah, I barely ever talked to him. I was just like, hello, you know, good luck on your game when we scrimmed, you know, that kind of thing.
This one's for all the marbles. Marbles were at all valuable.
The tournament is mine. Blood shall spatter. Yes.
Oh, what a nice stun.
A trample.
I run faster than this guy does, so eventually I should catch up to him. You fucking little shit. Yeah, anyway, so yeah, those 2 guys, the other guy who's really toxic too, like their personalities are so similar. I guess they're probably best friends or something like that. Yeah, they both try to get into my game, and then they keep like playing Tiny and Nature's Prophet and running down mid and throwing people.
Attack!
Ooh, support. Brewmaster, nice.
Yes.
Denied.
No slope. I fear no beast.
Please, man, I need to farm.
Chop you open. For my shoes. Killing peace. Death runs. Galloping.
Anyways, this happened like, I think like a year and a half ago or something like that, so it's been quite a while. That was the first time I ever went into low priority. And yeah, I just try to abandon games because I just know I just know it's pointless to waste time and play 45 minutes of game when he's just like, he's not throwing like every chance he gets, but like he'll subtly throw the game, you know what I mean? Like it'll look like he's playing the game, but like in a big team fight when his teammates need him, he's actually just jungling. It's some pretty serious shit. Oh, that guy's gonna die. Oh, wow, what a nice salve.
Quick death. Dares challenge.
Yeah, no, it was really frustrating because like he would throw the game, but just so subtly that people weren't quite sure, you know. But I knew that he was. And yeah, when there would be a big team fight, and he's jungling, it became more obvious, especially towards like the end of the game, like 40 minutes into the game. You know what I mean?
Beat your toast to crush. Yes. My steel thirsts. Yes, sweet sings my blade. As I wish. My blade sings. Death bears bigger fruit. I fear no beast. Break you.
Oh my god. Ah. Yeah, actually I can kill these guys here.
Yes,
But I just needed like half a second.
death runs. Blood shall spatter. By horn and hoof.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Roads, I get over there!
You had no chance. Yes. So I
Accurate.
go. Yes.
I'll take that.
A caress. Good for my crushing wind. Shatterbones.
Oh, I might die for buying this item.
Killing pigs. Galloping.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Too stupid to live, too beautiful to die.
Blood shall spatter.
Oh, sarcastic teammate.
Death runs. As I wish.
Where's Ursa, dude?
Double kill.
Remember my name?
This game's not looking good either, guys. I don't think I'm winning any games today.
By the belt of Omex,
In this line,
I
he
will
timed his
avenge my
hex and his stun
dishonor.
so perfectly.
Yes.
It's actually admirable.
Heal. With steel and strength. Who dares challenge? Yes. I fear no beast.
You join Discord? Welcome.
Shatterbones. My steel thirst hot. By horn and hoof. Yes. Bones to crush. Death runs. My blade sings.
I mean, just let me farm, dude.
Peace.
We have a drow? I guess Morphling will take advantage of the drow.
Yes. Yes. I feel no.
This line's, yeah, this line's really good.
Blood healed.
Killing spree.
Death. Your cubs are orphans
Look,
now.
the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that. Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Those true guys sound so fucking bizarre. Yeah, they're just... I think they're like angry kids who really wanted attention, and because I was a streamer, that's why they did that.
Stomp them to dust.
The more right clicks you get from Retaliate, the more right clicks you do.
Dominating.
Black cubs. Bones to crush.
Oh man, I don't even know why I'm down here. Let's save this guy.
Thirsts. Attack. A trampled wood. With steel and strength.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to play at least 3 priority, low priority games.
Yes. Downward strike.
See my money, you little bitch?
Chop you open.
Oh, Moon Ranger's here.
Yes.
You shielded yourself?
Down your middle tower.
Yes.
Oh my god! This guy's so fast, dude.
A double blade.
Mega kill.
I'm not ready.
Fucking fast shit. I got him!
Spree.
Well, that was pretty good for me. Yeah, that Moon Ranger fucked herself pretty good. This Ursa's going lads. On an old school build.
Step again.
Was that worth it for me? Yeah, it was for me, but I'm not so sure about those guys.
With steel and strength.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What the? How? How is that angle possible?
It's not time.
Double kill.
Look, it was like this.
You even watching your top tower?
Wow, man. I thought I dodged the shackle shot, but it still hit the. It still got shackled. Today's
Your
not a
mid
day
tower
for
could
Dota
talk,
2.
it'd
Hi,
be
one.
Your middle tower has fallen.
I will have my revenge.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I think I rushed Blink Dagger and maybe Vanguard. Hi,
It ain't
Priyak.
over till the last building
How you doing?
falls. So fight.
Yeah, you're pretty damn late, dude.
Death runs.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
He's gonna survive that.
Dire's putting up
I
a
saved him.
barricade.
As I wish.
Today I've played 4 ranked games. I lost all 4.
You better pull on over to your bottom tower.
These guys, we have fucking winless, dude, and we had no catch.
I fear
Your bottom
Yep.
tower is under attack. What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
by horn and hoof.
And actually now, Priyak, I'm in low priority games. You know how like last few days, like a lot of assholes in my games, and then I flamed them back, right? Especially after they were being an asshole first. Well, today was just a continuation of that. And I'm in low priority.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Feed XD.
Death runs.
Like, our team, until I get Blink Tiger, we're so bad at catching these guys. Thanks, Priyak. I'm trying, man.
Killing police.
Uphill vision. Wait, is Lion hopping? Is
These fools attack me.
that real? That's real.
We're not going anywhere.
Artful death.
This fucking little cunt. He has primal flip.
Dominate.
My liquor.
Mega kill. Double kill.
Yeah, this has basically been my entire day of Dota 2.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow, Surya.
I stride the proving grounds once more.
Your top tower is under attack.
So I
Your top tower needs some help. Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Again and double top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
Shatterbones.
Oh, the bounty hunter's right here.
I fear no beast.
Runes are up. We don't have people mid to fight.
I'll take that.
As I wish.
Your top tower is under attack.
And Drow's hella far. She's in the ruins. Oh shit. This line's stuns and hexes are so good, dude. Like he times them perfectly, I swear. Like every time I just start to, you know, stomp, hex at the perfect time at the last second.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Where do you think you're
This line's really good. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like top, I don't know, like top 500 player.
Your middle tower's under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Neither beast nor blade.
Pretty useless Morphling. I don't think Morphling, he needs a lot of time in farm.
They're trying to knock
Not sure,
down your
pretty sure
middle
it's his
tower.
fault.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Killing beast. Onward strike.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Death runs.
Oh, yours Morphling.
It's not time yet.
Monster kill! If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad. One less middle tower now, by the way.
Who dares challenge?
So are you playing with people already in
Your
low
middle
priority or
tower's
like
under
regular?
attack.
Yes,
Everyone here is in low priority. Everyone in this entire game.
blood shall spatter. My steel
Your
thirsts.
top tower needs some help.
Yeah, maybe we should just destroy our items in Vision and let them run down mid.
Shatterbones.
This guy, man.
Your top tower
By
is under
himself.
attack.
Or one other at most. No wards?
As I wish.
Yeah, no wards.
Your
410.
top tower needs some help.
Yeah, isn't Abaddon supposed to be playing support? Abaddon and Brewmaster.
You'll be fine, long as that top tower.
There we
don't
go. Hey, we got a
fall.
word!
Oh wait, it's already gone.
So I
How
go.
the fuck did I end up in low priority? Can someone explain, please? I'm tired of it. Just
Goodbye, Roshan. See you soon. Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
Yes.
okay. You know, I'm just gonna destroy my items. Let them end it. This game's over.
Your top tower is under attack. Dominate! Your top tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
Wow.
They're trying to break through. Stop them!
A trap of
Better poof on over to your bottom tower. Mega kill!
with steel and strength.
Your top barracks are under attack. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
Okay, this was the last game of today. Does anyone have any questions or comments? I don't feel like playing Dota 2 anymore today.
The middle barracks are under attack.
North American servers are so fucking toxic, dude.
God,
I still think Europe's the most toxic,
middle barracks are looking
but
shaky.
North America is really close. But when I played on Southeast Asia,
Your top
they were
barracks is
so
falling.
nice.
I fear no beast.
Yeah, buddy, I'm gonna play some classic WoW for sure.
As I wish.
Nippon! They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Nippon! Double kill! If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
My steel thirsts.
You got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your middle tower is under attack. Nippon!
Anyways, I'll be back around the same time tomorrow, guys.
Your ancient is under attack. He ain't lying.
By horn and hoof.
Your ancient is under attack.
With steel and strength.
Thanks, Lulu. Thanks, Owan. You have a nice day as well. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow around the same time, guys. So around 7:30 a.m. Pacific time. So should be around. I'll be back in around 5 hours or so, like that. Sorry, I'll be back in around 19 hours. So catch my stream then. Okay. Have a great day, great night, guys. Hopefully tomorrow will be a better day. Bye.